Oh, good morning, sir.
What next now? Since we are there, this part.
Thanks, sir.
So let's go back to the next. That be your place. There's a good put Nigeria final. They show them.
No, money sit there with me.
These are new collectors.
No, money sit there with me.
I know that. They just try to.
I just keep up on one account. I don't forget. So anytime I come, I'll put the account.
They use to take.
Give interest. That's supposed to give interest for saving interest. Well, the other leg. But this is not like here. It's not moving. This is not something they show here now.
It's not moving. You know why it's not moving? The shape to capture card. Look capture card there.
Not come back. Yes, not to do. Why? That's a show for which now? For which boss I tell you? No, that's the.
You won't move the laptop to the side. And yet, let's fast forward.
The extension. Not the extension, what do you call this thing again? HMI.
You will see me to
I
connect.
know, leave that. English.
Let's leave this one to the side.
Go down now if you want. Yeah, okay, so I'll go now.
Camera can hold to the side.
That's what I'm thinking, sir. Let the camera fall a bit backward. Go a little bit backward.
There's the charger. The charger work. Sleep in the duties.
I'll go on Zoom. Ah, mouse.
Let's position it. How you take the position from that side, Abi?
But no, right here, okay.
So,
Why not just go back? Leave it. Just the on they go, anyone you see they run, just the on they go. Okay.
College. So I not true. How to report to me?
Now she get this school.
Estate police station.
Now she get this school, not here for this one.
No, Destiny.
If it be say a friend did that side now, maybe the guy just say we can make great face. Maybe buy her lunch. She may be taking lunch.
Destiny. I'm not back.
Waiting the economy investor.
Investor of the university. My record.
Let's delete not delete investor. But I feel say it too long. So then what I would just say fall too bad.
And look at my pictures.
See what I would think fall to investor.
Actually, so we report annual. Okay, go with this. It's correct.
Take the entire thing.
Me?
Let me ask one this because I will when people like I need the link.
Oh, you can get it here. We're already live for you. We are live for it, so I'll send it to your mail now. Let me send it.
Yeah,
Research the yes. We talk about our own house there and whether this is our order.
Okay, too much. Oh, carry on. No, I can't wait and go.
It's not okay, it's okay now. Better. So what else again now? What else again? Zoom.
I do. In that talk, what did you talk? How much is it now?
Let's give Mr. Chidoko the link. How do you get the link to give him?
Talk money, everything will clear. I mean, they run out.
And there's always the.
I don't know. What is here? Oh, God. I'm so they call now. Which department is good for?
How do I send it to you? Use emails.
See, send me. I think you send me things that day. I won't send me things.
And maybe this one.
Yeah. Maybe the time in the evening, I will confirm. I will do you back to the the time you go confirm it. Never talking about that.
Send that to you. Type webmaster. I don't actually believe this. You know, please send to him again. Type webmaster.
Yeah, they come on.
You go see him. You can see. So, sir. You don't understand.
What about the CSS? See how it is.
We had that job. I
don't know.
You can't still really stress yourself. Okay. What do we do next?
Okay, you just reply this message.
For a minute. Click on Amos so that you connect to that YouTube. Suppose come on.
Guys.
We sent it, sir.
Okay,
Okay,
this
for-
program.
We sent it to your mail, sir.
Sorry?
We
The
sent
link.
it to your mail.
Okay, you'll send me the link. So that means I will have to go
Okay, this is
and.
what you are transmitting now.
Yeah, this is what I'm translating.
I just want. Well, call police. We called police. We did not see.
I'm looking for you.
Okay, let me decide.
Speaker, we don't be volume.
Audio.
I don't want the sound to come out.
This sound, what? Check, you are go the other side.
See, gentlemen, when I'm going to watch, I'm going to 10 o'clock now. For which one?
Just tell them now, let them go and
This is a deal life now.
Okay.
Deal life. Not day now.
I don't, it's not.
It's true. No, this time is. Don't say this is the take
Let me
time.
go to the storehouse now.
What do you himself? Don't look again.
They don't show this.
Just come out and put them back. Where is the one down? Just change out to
This thing,
Now you remove our blue in case anything like that.
that is position.
The fan of village.
I have to get this. The charger, the laptop.
My boss, do you want to
Go down another thing.
Sorry, I'll take some.
They don't start with the download. Boss is you.
Yeah, this guy. For the
Check now. Who they use them?
Okay, shit, gotcha.
Stop this car. Now this is the shake. No say sometimes you know show good.
Yes. I mean, shake and move. Thank you. She good. You don't want to make I just discuss on it.
So sir, I was I said give me what you got.
What you want to flash? The slide. So no one slide, you just give me. You have flash.
Any transmission?
My flash drive is not here. What's flash?
So the zoom man.
That's flash drive.
The zoom. The zoom.
Check.
You know what the zoom for?
No, never done. I can use the channel for zoom.
Please, no.
No degrees. That's
I was going one job is fit now. Someone
there's a hard drive. There's a hard drive inside my that your SS. Inside my bag.
okay.
You should give me. Let me give all
The slide here. So we need the slide.
Supposed to do this
for me to see. Let me just finish.
Suppose this is
Registration of participants 8 to 5. Okay, it's a national item. The program should expect to start March 30th. Opening prayer. Welcome audience. Opening speech. I'm supposed to copy all these things. But do your thing for copy all these things as you. I can put that lower X. Let me
I want to call it a ghost shot.
Some end by the other one now is 2 minutes.
Why is supposed to finish?
Look at it.
We get dressed.
We get dressed. Never finish. See what we did.
No, that's on that dinner.
It's on a day 2. So you have to finish. Let's say 5. Yes. Let's say 4. I never started.
Hey! I don't even know you.
Now, give me food, the comedian.
I was supposed to be
There should be.
Because I will eat. It's not so. But not for a bad only.
We had you extremely busy. When we come for
not the
What's the lecture?
this lady is
I research now. Okay, never do it. I research you tomorrow. I will do a presentation. What you research you carry on the presenter.
nice seeing you.
I'm not going to say truth on this. Boss. Boss T.
I want to tell you you can't tell me.
Let me joke with you. What person said? Say she's a hold it. I want to see her.
Just be silent.
She happened for this one. Yes. They are telling me that
I got this thing again. You agree? We are not
how did you guys send the link?
No, so your mail. Your mail.
Sorry, my mail. Okay.
Registration of participants.
Okay, when I go out those guys, I get YouTube. I get a Zoom. At my house, then I don't have to go give them.
Oh, we have this maybe short.
I want to check the ecosystem, whether it's ready for this to Zoom.
Your life.
We're live.
We're live, eh? But my voice don't feel in time. Oh, I'm missing my. That's a Google Lens.
I didn't know that this thing was text.
And but we don't have a soft copy now. It's when you have a soft. Okay, use phone to snap it. Then text.
They will project from there. So I want to give them username and password. I think I got the link.
Have you confirmed the time for the Zoom?
They don't even know the time.
We need another system.
Oh yeah. Just copy all the
We're going to start. We need another system.
Their own system is
They are already projected the screen.
Yeah, that's it.
See, okay, before bring that girl. Who is that for this?
Which is what I can bring them if you bring your phone. Okay, your smartphone. You know what to do?
That one has multiple users.
I don't know, I won't be here like that. So they will take you for 6 weeks. I will know how to speak back to someone. So him and lady. So that's one show. Encourage you to do it. Encourage you to do it. Encourage you. I told you. I will take one, two, and lady back.
So encourage 1, 2, 3. Oh, sorry. 3 days with us now. Akopa,
Yes, Akopa. And Akopa and Jackie. You need somebody to help you guys. Tomorrow, 1, 2, 3. Like 6 person. Courage. See courage. I can't call it like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
So the two of them are not alone.
No, I'm going, but you see courage.
And the one of them is facing them. You are the one who says that.
No,
This guy is very active before, sir, but we reserve it for tomorrow.
I don't want them.
Very active.
They carry things this morning. I want to escape like this.
So you follow him now. You don't get what you want to. What these guys are doing now.
Courage, don't put Zoom for them.
Yeah, they have Zoom already.
They have Zoom already.
They have Zoom already. I've confirmed it.
So,
Because he said
I used to Zoom. Is it that show is not working?
It's working.
Then they check. Just say you have to move it around. So just say
But what
and
will happen?
the net was too much.
And what will happen? You still keep it here. You cannot carry it in
No.
in case they need it. Then we now have to get the times.
They're not working this time now.
Okay.
Are you the one creating the link or I'll create it to my end?
No.
Okay, you have to create or you
Okay.
send it to them.
Let me log in now.
Okay.
Let me
Are you
log
going to my
Let me
system?
log into your system now. Into your Zoom.
Why does it do like this? Is this a charge?
It's supposed to be. The charge.
Unplug.
It's connected. It's charging. You know they work without this
Memory card. Maybe it's memory
I think it's
card.
memory card also.
They don't use memory card.
What do you think they display now? How they want the display? No,
Maybe not memory card. No memory card.
Yeah, I will see put that phone to the table side. You open.
So, they don't told us the time for the person. Okay. But we need to know that time.
Thank you, sir.
It's okay.
I'm trying to get VC's seats. Okay. Thank you, no, we're good. This thing, let's go, sir. Let's go, not good.
What's happened?
But if I know they stop again now.
Send it to me.
No, before I think they are zoomed because during this time before was at the center there was blocking BNBC system. It was blocking BNBC was doing that. It's okay.
You sent to me that. Okay, please, let us send it. Come on, sir.
Have the Zoom download. Just install and connect.
They said they made one of after the war, no longer. Yes, actually, the number they obtained to the wrong place. So we cleared everything before I make sure I tell them. So they now take over so that they can sleep and do some work. So I want to now go back and be there. So they say that don't show like that. That if I want to go and meet you, they need to know back and forth. No. I don't know.
Have you sent it to somebody?
Okay, so your team is fine.
Yes, my team is fine. Okay. So find out
And one connected text. It's not that program now, it's not part. Okay, not true.
Bring the program. It's there. Bring the program.
Fast. Okay, send that to you.
Courage, 12:30. Yes, but it may not follow exactly. Just know that the person around 12:30 when it's there. Okay, Courage, 2:55. 5 minutes to 3. That's when that person, yes, that's when you set it. Courage. Put your mind down.
I will be adjusting the time. Depending when it's I'll be adjusting.
But give like 1 hour for time. Do it by 2.
I will give the person to me. I'll just to yes.
You send it to me.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. They will be adjusting the link. You just close it and start again.
That's my problem.
My update for West Side, we never done.
I'll take out time Monday next week. I'll look for it down.
I don't go die for you. My mother and I maybe when I come back. Okay, better.
Sure, those are 2 things.
Remind me. We're going to come in shower.
No.
I bet you just show you.
You don't go to the listen now.
Where are they going?
What is saying?
That's what you do.
What is saying?
That's what you want to go.
Okay. Which one you said the last one? Which one you said first? Sure.
Who told you about that? What do you for you? See,
now let's disconnect his phone first.
just bring those out things. So I will just apply this way. I don't know about that one.
My car.
How you about? Maison.
Yes, sir.
Maison.
All of them inside of
Money level.
No, but I don't mean no.
Bring it out for me.
Okay, no.
This one civil servant bag.
This one.
No, no, your own bag. This one.
As a bag.
As a bag, yeah.
Deep on this side like this.
Never salad like this.
Just for it like this.
You made it there, sir. You're too money. Thank you very much. Yes, put your call.
What is it?
What do you mean? I think you want to come out. You want to see Tiger. That's it. The girl will be someone. Charger.
I'm Pyro.
Power bank. Go past charge. So that will just go straight to the YouTube.
Hi there. Sorry. Hello. Please. Let me just plug my phone and keep it at the edge.
See the charger is ready.
Yes.
Yes. Then when you charge, when you connect it, you put it somewhere down inside. When you don't go match on the phone, it's there.
Boss told you there now. I'm trying to follow money. What's all that thing? They don't people talk about soon.
Boss, I come. I'll meet you tomorrow.
that. Do that. Do that.
Maybe I can register for it. Okay. I'm going to do it again.
Hello? Hello? Life is a language with onion. Line in. Hello. Please rise. Before we start proper, I'd like to, please sit down, please. But I'd like to invite to join the Vice Chancellor, the other principal officers, the former Vice Chancellor, University of Ibadan, the representative of the Executive Research, University of Lagos. Please. Prize for the national do we go back? Run to control. Nigeria's follow. With love and strength and faith, the labor of our heroes past shall never be in vain. To serve with heart and mind, one nation, one with and unity. Although barren, wide world, our fruitful was unfolded, what we sow with joy and pride, we will have unfold. One heart and voice for all, we hear a global clarion call. Arise, mighty united, grow the your and gold. Let's do that quickly. We have the NTA, we have ITV, covering for local and national. So please let's fill up the seats so that we'll have compact pictures here. Please on director, please go through. Please swiftly. Thank you very much. The transformational Vice Chancellor of the Great University of Benin, the Deputy Secretary of the Tech Fund, ably represented by the Director, Research and Development, as well as Centers of Excellence, Dr. Salihu Bakari, who is also here in his own capacity. The former Vice Chancellor of the University of Ibadan, Professor Eden Adeyinka, Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academic and Research, University of Lagos, Professor Bola Obu. Let me introduce our Vice Chancellor again. The transformational Vice Chancellor, University of Benin. Other principal officers of our great university, provosts, deans and directors, distinguished scholars, gentlemen of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. We welcome you to this auspicious event, which is the fourth in the series of the University of Benin Annual Research Day and Conference, UBAC, put together by the Directorate of Research and Development, University Research and Development Committee, ably led by Professor M.A. Bamikole. We'd like to invite for the opening prayer an academic and cleric, Professor Ifwewo Osamoyi, who is Director, Academic Planning of the University. Professor Osamoyi.
May we pray, please. Our Father and God, I want to thank you for this wonderful moment. I want to thank God for the University of Benin. I want to thank God for the Vice Chancellor. I want to thank God for our Director of Research. I want to thank you, Lord, for the UBAC. I want to thank you, Lord, for our dreams at the university that will be number one in Africa in research. I want to thank you, Lord, for our dreams for the university that will be in top 10 in the whole world for research. And this is the manifestation of your glory. May you manifest your power among us. And may all our staff wake up with wisdom and understanding to pursue this dream and achieve this dream in the land of the living. Thank you, Lord. In Jesus' mighty name, we pray.
Thank you, sir. I'd like to formally introduce the chief host of this event, our dear Vice Chancellor, a resident, very hardworking, purpose-driven Vice Chancellor, who is also the chairperson, Committee of Vice Chancellors of Nigerian Universities. She is the Vice President Association of African Universities, the pillar of the education in Africa. So says Africa, the whole of Africa, in Rwanda, Kigali. Please put your hands together. The Vice Chancellor who is attracting in her time everything good and beautiful. Professor Lillian Iweti-Selam. We would like to introduce also, seated next to her, Dr. Salihu Bakari is the Director of Research and Development, as well as Center of Excellence of Tech from Abuja, is here in his capacity, and also representing the Executive Secretary, Architect from Estonia. We would also like to introduce to us formally the immediate past Vice Chancellor, University of Ibadan, Professor Abel Adeyinka. Welcome, sir. Olayinka, please pardon me, sir. Professor Abel Olayinka, welcome, sir. We would like to also recognize and welcome the Deputy Vice Chancellor of Academic and Research, University of Lagos, Professor Mrs. Obu. Welcome. Professor Bonawa, welcome. Our principal officers are all seated. We would like to welcome the Deputy Vice Chancellor of Administration, Professor Catherine Ukoma. The Deputy Vice Chancellor of Academic, who is chairman of this UVAC Day Conference. Professor Bunyami Nainde is seated. We welcome also the Registrar of our University and Secretary to Senate, Mr. Ade. The acting
It's a ship.
The Vice Chancellor, University of Benin, Professor Lillian Salami. The Executive Secretary of Tech Fund, Architect Sonia Ochono, ably represented by Dr. Salihu Bakari, Director of Research and Development, Center of Excellence, Tech Fund. All principal officers of the University of Benin are very distinguished keynote speakers and plenary speakers. All other protocols very respectfully extended. On behalf of the local organizing committee of the 4th University of Benin Research Day, I very respectfully welcome you to this conference tagged Research for Sustainable Development. The UBAC conference was established in 2015 as a platform to showcase the research activities from within and outside the University of Benin, to foster research collaboration and uptake. The years of interruptions of this annual event, occasioned by the numerous disruptive events, including COVID-19 pandemic, have finally been broken by the research-focused agenda of the Professor Lilian Salami-led administration. It is our utmost desire that this will become truly an annual event. This year's FIBAD conference is aptly tagged Research for Sustainable Development. There are two dimensions to this theme. First, the theme was selected within the context of aligning our research efforts to the Global Sustainable Development Agenda, which has been carefully selected and articulated by the global development community. Secondly, the team challenges researchers to provide solutions to the myriad of local problems that continuously plague our country. This is particularly important because we live within the context of these unique problems, and I dare say that it will require unique homegrown solutions. It is on this basis that we have invited our keynote speaker, Professor Abel Idowu Olainka, the immediate past Vice Chancellor of the University of Ibadan, and two plenary speakers, Professor Bola Obo and Dr. Mustafa Kupola, who will join us later, to inspire this all-important conversation. This year, the LOC received 162 extended abstracts. They are broken down as follows. Education and Management Sciences, 15. Physical Sciences, Engineering and Environmental Sciences, 25. Life Sciences, Agricultural Sciences and Veterinary Medicine, 60. College of Medical Sciences, 44. Pharmacy, 12. Arts and Law, 6. All these were reviewed and 113 extended abstracts were revised and returned by the authors and have thus been scheduled for oral and poster presentations. The LOC is extremely grateful to Madam Vice Chancellor and her management team for their support. We are also very grateful to the Chairman of the University Research Development Committee, the Deputy Vice Chancellor of Academics, Professor Rio Zolwa, for his unwavering support. We are grateful and deeply appreciate the Director of Research and Innovations, Professor M.A. Bamikole, for his hands-on approach in this committee, and indeed for all members of the URODC for their hard work and sacrifice. Once again, on behalf of the LOC, I warmly welcome you to the 4th UBAD conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair LOC. If I have the kind permission of Madam Vice Chancellor, I'd like to introduce the deans here seated. But before then, let me welcome the representative of the Vice Chancellor of the Benin University of Kada, Professor Deborah Odeji. Please, yes, you're most welcome. Also welcome the representative. We also welcome the representative of the Managing Director of the Benin Owena River Basin Development Authority, Mr. Ogiemaye Usayuami. Welcome. In the order in which they are seated, join me to welcome the Dean of Management Sciences, the Dean of Social Sciences, Professor Tonwe. The Dean of Pharmacy, Professor Obara, is seated. We welcome also the Dean of Life Sciences, Professor Jerry Obi. The Dean of Physical Sciences, Professor Ayo Wini. The Dean of Engineering, Professor Bujo. Welcome, sir. Welcome the Dean of Medicine, Professor Wilson Usaudiamo. The Provost Medical Sciences is here, Professor Wilson Sado. Welcome, sir. We welcome the Dean of Law, Professor Imosa Omori. The Acting Dean of PG School, Professor Liu, is also seated. And I also cite, sitting at the back, the Grants and Research Guru, who is the Center Leader, Center of Excellence in Reproductive Health Innovation, Professor Friday Okonofor. May I now, at this juncture, invite for him to put in perspective the imperative for research. Professor Bamikole, who is the Director of the Directorate of Research and Development, University of Benin. Please put your hands together.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, to save time, let me lay on the already established protocol and with the permission of my boss, Madam Vice Chancellor. Ladies and gentlemen, I have this rare privilege of giving this opening remark at this course, University of Benin Annual Research. No doubt, this is a moment that we have all been waiting for. And it gladdens my heart when I look around here and I look at the quality of researchers who have come to grace this occasion. The opportunity of UBERT goes beyond just showcasing our research outputs as a way of contributing to national development. It is also an opportunity for all of us to celebrate our individual and collective efforts and contributions to national development through research. So, all researchers making presentation at this event, be it oral or poster, you deserve to be congratulated. Research is indeed central to development, and the developmental gaps that exist between the so-called developed nation and the so-called developing nation can be closed. That gap can be closed through very innovative research. In Nigeria, research should not be the sole business and responsibility of the researchers. Active participation of government, industry, and community is very, very crucial. Hence, there is a need to promote quadruple helix model rather than what we know and what we use on a regular basis as triple helix model in Nigeria. We need real synergy between the academia, the government, the industry, and the community. For many years, we tend to ignore the important role played by the community, and that is very, very crucial to make our research work to have the required impact. Synergy between the academia, government, and industry and the community should be strengthened in order to drive research and innovation in Nigeria. Currently, Africa contributes just 20% of the world research output and produces only 0.1% of all patents globally. You agree with me that this is rather too low. That is faced with the challenges associated with our fast-growing population.
we need to double our research efforts toward the attainment of sufficiency in terms of food availability by way of IBR and NRF, and also for supporting journal and book publication in all Nigerian universities. And of course, we thank the ES of Tetfund, Architect Sonny Echolo, who is heavily represented here by the Tetfund Director of R&D Stroke Centers of Excellence, Dr. Salih Bakari. Thank you very much, sir. Our guest leaders deserve to be appreciated. In fact, I couldn't believe that we would succeed in pulling these our guest leaders because I know how busy they are. And I know the contributions they are making globally to promote research and innovation in their various universities. The immediate past Vice Chancellor of UI, Mr. Laika, thank you very much, we appreciate you. Our DVC Academic and Research, Professor Mrs. Obo from UNILAG, we thank you very much. Dr. Mustafa Kokola is going to join us virtually. He was in Tetfund before he moved to the Ministry of Agriculture. Now, he's going to connect with us virtually later in the day. Also appreciate him as well. We appreciate very especially our URDC Chairman, Professor Riozola, and our other Deputy Vice Chancellor, DVC Admin, thank you very much. DVC Ekenwa Campus, thank you very much. Our Registrar, we can't thank you enough. Our Acting Bossa, Acting Librarian, we appreciate all of you. Thank you very, very much. Our PRO, we must appreciate you. They're working behind the scene right from the one. Thank you very much. Most of the time we will call you at hot hours to ask some questions. Thank you very much. The RCT team, led by Mr. Tony Walker, will continue to appreciate you. Members of URDC, thank you very much for a strong commitment, and most especially our LOC chair, our indefatigable Professor Mokwa. We appreciate you. You call that she also chaired the grant writing workshop. That tells you the potential we have in this our professor. We appreciate you at all times. It is important that we appreciate Seri. Seri promised to give us some support. Financially, we thank you while we are expecting that to come. And also, we want to appreciate Mr. Abedu Falodun for his financial support to our fourth event as well. So Falodun, I saw you somewhere in the morning. Thank you very much for this financial support. We appreciate you. Our participants, this event will not be possible without your presence here. To be part of this opening ceremony and to also make your presentation, we also appreciate you all. On a final note, it is important that we remind ourselves that we're living today in a time of great changes. Old orders are crumbling fast, and the new ones are springing up. It is our responsibility as researchers to recognize those changes and use them for the betterment of mankind. Thank you very much for your attention. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director, Research and Development, UniBen. I'd like us to welcome very specially one of the greatest deans in the university, the Dean of Agriculture and immediate past Deputy Vice Chancellor Academic, Professor David Uzeko, is here with us. I'd like to also formally introduce the immediate past Rector of Edo State Polytechnical Center, Professor Abiodun Falodun. Please put your hands. I'd like to respectfully invite at this time Dr. Salih Bakari to present the address of the Tetfund Executive Secretary. Please applaud him, encourage him, and come forward.
this very great university, Professor William I. Salami, the members, the principal officers of the university, the former Vice Chancellor of the University of Benin, Professor Ibrahim, the Deputy Chancellor of the University of Lagos, my very dear sister, Professor Obon, members of the LOC, my very dear elder brother, Professor Gao, the Director of Research and Development, the University of Benin, the person that has been calling me for the last 6 months, almost every month, twice. At times I answer the call, at times I'm unable to answer, but he was patiently persistent to make sure that TechCon is represented. I would like to sincerely appreciate your commitment to your job. The ES has asked me to specially thank you for this invitation and to honestly inform you that up to Friday he meant to come. Because when we received your letter, normally he will ask us to examine or to advise, but this one he said I will attend. So we took it very seriously. Unfortunately, exigencies of office, especially at this material time, do not allow him to come. But I assure you that the speech I'm going to read was his remarks. He went through it 3 times. On Friday, he added something with his own pen, and I decided not to take it back to him because I knew if I went back to him, he would still add something. So I decided to come with it as it is. I'm wearing 2 caps, and I will try to speak on behalf of the ES with my cap on my head, and when I'm speaking without the cap, it's me speaking. I read verbatim the ES address. I'm delighted to be part of the 4th University of University of Benin Research Development, and I thank my dear sister and friend, the Vice Chancellor, Professor Lilian Salami, for this invitation. It may interest you to know that 2 weeks ago I was in Lagos on the invitation of the National Academy of Science to attend the 5th Annual Scientific Conference themed Transdisciplinary Research as Catalyst for Nigeria's Sustainable Development. I'm sure some of you were at that conference. Today I'm here attending this event with the related theme, Research for Sustainable Development. I consider it no coincidence that both conferences focus on research and sustainable development. It goes to show the direction the intellectual community is headed and to move in the right direction. In 2015, the world, through the instrumentality of the United Nations, signed a pact code named the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. This agenda provides a shared blueprint for peace and prosperity for people and the planet, now and in the future. At its heart are 17 Sustainable Development Goals, which is an urgent call for action by all countries, developed and developing, in a global partnership. The agenda recognizes that ending poverty and other deprivations must go hand in hand with strategies that improve health and education, reduce inequality, and support economic growth, all while tackling climate change and working to preserve our oceans and forests. As a strategy towards attaining the 17 SDGs, TechFund has adopted research and innovation as a driver for economic development because we believe that Nigeria faces unprecedented environmental, social, and economic challenges, and that no nation will progress developmentally and economically without adequately funding research activities that will guide us towards solutions that promote the well-being of the present without jeopardizing future generations. Esteemed guests, I am am not ignorant of my audience. Therefore, I will not bore you by attempting to define the concepts of research and sustainable development. But permit me to state that through research, we gain invaluable insights into the impact of human activities on the environment, from the degradation of ecosystems to depletion of natural resources. Insights necessary to address present challenges such as climate change. Presently, apart from physical infrastructure, the second most important determinant of this is university, this is our research proposal, all especially being contained by everyone, both women and but I can really reach and with time and with everything. I will really appreciate that. And I assure you that this is for the State University of Benin as our university. Anytime I remember the Vice Chancellor, I feel as if I am here doing your myself. But of course, I can't fit in her shoes. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to stop here and to assure you that I look forward to supporting the University of Benin. Next year, even though it's a policy statement that I should be making, I'm very sure that by next year, this institution will host an innovation hub and possibly host a multipurpose laboratory. Thank you for sharing and
Thank you, sir. And so, in the spirit of feminism, I crave the indulgence of Madam Vice Chancellor to introduce 3 of our female directors here with us. I'd like us to welcome very especially the Director in charge of Sustainable Goal Development, Professor Ojiro Iguru. Put your hands together. Don't mind me, I'm great girl. And so, we also like to welcome the Director in charge of the Texas Center of Excellence in Aquaculture and Food Technology, Professor Ijeoma Obu. Put your hands together. Join us to welcome also the Director, Advanced Digital Engineering Center, Professor Engineer Urukeli. Put your hands together. And so, as I introduce item 10 on our program, I'd like us to rise. I'd like us to rise in appreciation, in an endorsement manner. The 10th substantive Vice Chancellor of our university, of our university, the people representation in Africa, the chair committee of Vice Chancellors of all Nigerian universities, the number 1 Vice Chancellor in Nigeria, Professor William Iwatiya Salami, to present our program. Sometimes, when I'm introduced, I wish I could grow taller. Is there anything I can say to grow taller? Okay, thank you. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I must, as a way of respecting our elder, I welcome special Professor J.O. Igene. Thank you very much. This man was the one who employed me when I was only 20-something years old as the head of the department in University of Maiduguri. So we have stayed together for that long. For that, don't say I told you. Of course, I'm only 6 times the tallest man in University of Benin. In Africa, somebody said. Professor, I love this. Thank you. I also want to quickly also recognize some other scientists among us who may never be recognized, but I think I need to do that. Who else but my own Deputy Vice Chancellor Academy, thank you. And some dollars joining out for there. I want to recognize Professor Falomo, who has done a lot. The women part, thank you very much. Professor yes, over there. Okay. And our young ones, they are really making us proud. Where is the director of Central Laboratories? Is he around? Why are you holding my hand like this? What is one young man who is just vibrant? And sometimes I have said that we should actually recognize people before they become emeritus. There's distinguished scientists, and I think we will institute that before I find out about our office. I also have one very young scientist, and I come by from the society. They just start off from the company. And from the way he dressed, he should show you that the society is ready. No lamp goes to him. So there are many others, but again, like I always say, add value to the community. And once you do that, then and posterity will forever celebrate you. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and my big brother, Professor Malaika, thank you for honoring. When I see Vice Chancellor, so I'm tired that it is so young. I want to ask them to give me this special antidote. Because by the time you do this for 5 years, and when somebody said, I wish it was extend, I said, if you ask me that I want to extend, and you are going to get it extend. But it's not well, and it's still looking very young. And that's why I think that Vice Chancellor is actually giving those who are paid that, those who are paid, not half paid. So the younger ones. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I have the great pleasure and honor at the opening ceremony of the University of Benin Annual Research Day and Conference. At this conference, staff of this university and our sister institutions showcase research accomplishments and encourage potential collaborators and investors to lead institutions for national development. This of universities all over the world is to conduct research that help government accomplish the right policies that address national goals and aspirations. On a more general scale, research is universal in application and can be replicated by the Commission. NCC recently commenced a process that is expected to categorize the conduct of quality research to stimulate the development activities in Nigerian universities. To this end, NCC selected 23 federal universities, including the University of Benin, and some states, as well as private universities, for monitoring of research and collaboration. It is gratifying to the staff and students of this great university that the visiting NCC was very impressed with the research activities of the University of Benin. Although it's exciting, high quality research is often quite expensive in terms of facilities, funds, time, and energy. Being central to the career progression of an academic, there is need to continually develop the right skills to attract funds and facilities from local, national, and international sources. As faculty, the department, unit, and individual levels. This university will continue to appreciate Check Fund for the financial support to the institution-based research grant as well as National Research Fund grants. Winners of these grants are working assiduously on the project for which money has been released. doubt that the outcome of these various research will have local, national, and global impact. Under my leadership as the Vice Chancellor of this great university, the best in the world, has been expanding its research frontiers through local and international collaboration, and this bringing the expected results. I am pleased to inform you that we have finally joined the collaboration board of the European Organization for Nuclear Research. This is the and the University of Benin is the first in the entire sub-Saharan Africa to achieve this. Today is known as the world leading laboratory for particle and environmental disease research. Its mission includes inquiries into what the university is made of, how it works, and what it is everything substance. One of the life-changing innovations that concerns facilitation of research is the World Wide Web, invested in 1989. Our staff and students now enjoy free visa to send for capacity building and plans are on the way to establish a data center in the University of Benin. Also having ongoing active and very rewarding collaboration with leading institutions. Just to mention a few, University in Ontario, Canada, Memorial University, Newfoundland, Canada, Peking University Institute of Advanced Agricultural Science in China, beginning just to mention a few. I commend the members of the University Research and Development Committee under the leadership of our own Professor Matthew Bernicoli for the commitment to this conference, which is obviously a success already, and for other initiatives by the director. May God continue to bless us all, and as we render selfless service to this great institution. I wish you a very, very engaging and rewarding conference. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Vice Chancellor. And so, Madam Vice Chancellor, distinguished scholars, ladies and gentlemen, we're moving on we go on to item 13 in our program. As I now call on the University Director to present his citation as the keynote speaker. Please welcome Professor Mikey Olga.
Thank you very much, Madam Piero. My key is in your one. For many years it was in my head. Consider that Professor Madam Vice Chancellor, Professor Yorubu, but it's in your one, it is my key. Thank you so much, Madam Vice Chancellor, distinguished and gentlemen. I present to you our keynote speaker for this morning. The foremost brilliant, distinguished, respected, iconic, and ultimate academic colossus, the former Vice Chancellor of the University of Ghana, Professor Ibino Malaya. He obtained the BSc Geology from the University of Ghana, Masters of Science in Geophysics from the Imperial College of Science, Technology and Medicine in London, and Doctor of Philosophy in Geophysics from the University of Benin in the United Kingdom. They have his postdoctoral experience in Germany, first at the Technical University as a German academic exchange facility, visiting scholar, and Additional Technical University Benin as Alexander Humboldt Research Fellow. He has been a member of the faculty at the University of Ibadan since April 1988 and the professor effective from 1st of October 1999. He has successfully supervised 18 PhD theses in various areas of applied physics. Also, he has served as visiting professors, external assessors for professional candidates in many universities across the country. He has received significant accolades in his professional career, including Fellow in the Nigerian Academy of Science, Fellow, Nigerian Association of Petroleum Exploration Society, Fellow, Nigerian Association of Hydrogeology, Fellow, Nigerian
missing or outdated infrastructure, inadequate access to healthcare jobs. Maybe with internet now, if your family is doing enough, the problem is absent. Necessary capacity and innovation. Also, there are large differences across the development country. A country like Brazil, you see that way of the United States are really one of the far east of Nigeria. Next one. Some of the target questions. Are we, according to scientific research, attention in our great country Nigeria? And trying to strategy on looking at our focusing on national priorities, as well as security and their international direction. Because they still have problems that share all of us in this. That's one. Because we have to raise up our education in the government. Science and technology play a crucial role in the development of societies and the success of all nations. You keep wondering how this Cuba come about. Because the all two friends on the new train night in Paris, we are looking for transport. And now how can we not send the phone call to the central bank and send it as to how they are of the Cuba and activity now yesterday that the leader of the Congo really over the same kind of service. All of them are now learning on technology. When it's time to advance the technology, you need to have electrical knowledge in science building by scientific research. And science is the inherent foundation of technology. Technology is the product of the science. I mean, there is no country can go without inventive science and creative technology. That's like, then what kind of research are we doing? Then who is our audience? Where is national or international? Then by the word of transnational research. Next one. Some of the challenges facing us, I mean, of course, funding will always be a real problem, power supply, and the rest of them. These are the points and regular funding. So, next slide. Also, look at the kind of knowledge of the public infrastructure. So, everyone that are using the third one, what about the Nigerian rights to tell about the access of the strong linkages between the matters and industry. I think the corporate has made the issue of the simple ways, so that the synergy. Everywhere in Nigeria, we don't believe that someone has solved the problem. So, we need to relate with the government, like the second one. Then the industry, the private sector, and even the local communities need to operate. Next slide. We have to say that synergy update of national group, and I think the value of Lagos that we need this research and development to for the contributing of that. And when I was first at the people started research and development, and the mother had been in the system before I came back, we didn't really think of the 7 years. Early November, just before our Father's Day and competition, normally have the RRC, but definitely 2020 because of the COVID. Next one. We said we need to the topic of research and development. Our 4 big and collective diseases. And center the science, then we have innovation, sustainable development, and technology. Next slide. So we see the technology. Next one. So that's the research and center. We have the technology, innovation, and sustainable development. And these are some things that are needed to our meeting here tonight. Next one. Science is the context of the technology is not only of basics, mathematics, physics, biology, chemistry. Science in this context is wider and deeper than the rest of subjects of this subject. It is everything and all things about thinking. Making such thoughts come alive and use to create sustainable opportunities to innovation. And as professors in the university, I mean, this is a public university. Government is not paying you to teach. So government is paying you to analyze, to think. That's the job of the future, just to think. Next one. Entrepreneurship is an art. It starts from creativity and skill that involve the process of identifying opportunities, taking risks, creating new ventures or initiatives to pursue economic, social, and environmental goals. Entrepreneurs play a crucial role in driving sustainable development by bringing innovative ideas, products, and services to the market, people and society. Next one. The good entrepreneur utilizes the scientific method of thought and thinking when attempting to start a business, creating extraordinary solutions and variables in ways that are meant to invoke or appeal to emotions and settings of the target audience. We find out that a jet liner like Concorde, developed by between UK and France, is very fast supersonic plane that can cover the distance between maybe UK and US in half the original time. It wasn't successful. It wasn't good that they decided it was not possible. Even though scientifically it was good, the crowd fast. I think that's why we want to travel by here. That it shortens the time. But very people are not feeling comfortable in the plane. It became a business failure. That's why the arts and humanities are really very central. Everything you do, you have to relate it to human beings, not just the science of it. Next one. Thinking loud. How come that they decide to use canvas and not just run paper for certain drawings? It is the science of the matter and innovation and sustainability, working together with the entrepreneurial understanding and skills of the artist. Next one. Innovation involves development and implementation of new ideas, technologies, processes, or business models that result in significant or positive changes that can drive sustainable development through resource development. And you see the federal ministry of the federal government, they keep organizing the ministries. One is communication, innovation, and digital economy. The economic needs coming up. Innovation, science, and technology. There is culture and creative economy. There is marine and food economy. Even though the economy is still not doing very well, maybe so it's a challenge. Next one. Sustainable development seeks to balance environmental protection, social equity, and economic growth without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own. All of us are familiar with this definition. It requires innovative and entrepreneurial initiatives that can address environmental challenges, foster social inclusivity, and promote responsible economic practices. Next one. What the outputs, I think the probably mentioned that the outputs coming from our universities are not enough. So in terms of patients, successful peer review of knowledge. Next one. Royalties, because money that can be derived from those who are going to use and pay for the knowledge that has been generated. Then for classes, because if that's one to put our research results, then they will be willing to pay for it. Next one. In terms of research money, there is mechanism for ongoing peer review of research, shapes research agendas where impact is brighter. It enables new and focuses current collaboration. It builds sustainability into the research culture. Next slide. There is always public funding and private funding. Already we are funded by the public, I'm sure you will be also getting from private sources or even international technologies. Next one. Bigger questions need bigger things and bigger resources. In terms of equipment, databases, more collaboration, more complexity. In all subjects, less research can be done without additional resources. They always need more resources. Increasing student numbers, teaching requirements mean less time for research unless it's funded. So the people are already overworked. But what can you do? Next slide. It's basically the same issues worldwide, whether in Africa, Asia, or Europe, or America. Next one. Increase in general education resolution affecting research assessment because the more and more people of the ranking and rest of the technological change. Next one. Academic agenda versus government targets, operational requirements, universities role in economic development, organizational complexity, the level of excellence, then there are multiple events on research performance. Next one. This kind of scientific innovations in business, either creating discovery in the 1500s, now we are talking of the fifth industrial revolution. So then the one left. Now we talk of the artificial intelligence, so things keep changing rapidly. Next one. Knowledge is universal. Why science needs humanities and arts? Now talk of STEM, science, technology, economy, and mathematics. Then still, because we want to bring arts into it. Now we are even talking of arts of the skill because of robotics, artificial intelligence. Next one. Ministry of Math Science and the Art is having observers who sophisticated humanity have noted for some time that many mathematicians are also accomplished musicians. And people of mathematical and scientific backgrounds are also counted among authors and artists. One of my friends, who is a professor of engineering, told me that mathematics is not science. And when the University of Benin started in 1947 as a college, with three faculties, art, science, and medicine, mathematics was only in the faculty of art. Yeah, so our Indian ancestors who studied in the 50s, they had a BA mathematics, not PhD. So that's like, I used to write that. So with mathematics, we don't do mathematics. So faculty of arts, that's like, nothing will be lost. This is highlighted in statistics for the public perception of science. 40% of the world do not believe that the earth is more than 2,000 years old, whereas we are articulate that the earth is about 4.6 billion years old. 30%, including Donald Trump, do not believe in climate change. 52% do not believe climate change is correlated with human activity. Now, current people from the College of Medicine and people in literature, they are collaborating. Because there is humanities in science. Somebody also want to say, if you are singing to him or her, you can take the healing process. Yes, in fact, one of our friends, who used to be in the house of prayer, he gave a lecture in the Buddhist school to talk of the linkage between literature, medicine, and the human politics. Next slide. That's also one of the beginner. Science and methodology, testing of course. The assembly line revolution is the assembly line technology revolutionized the manufacturing industry by significantly increasing productivity, reducing costs, and making consumer goods more accessible to greater population in a shorter time frame. However, this movement concept led to dual wages, replacement of skilled goods from skilled labor, loss of identity. The other part of the political case of the country to introduce robotics and artificial intelligence. They also lead to the problem of unemployment. The work has been done by 7 people before, now we are employing only 1 person. If you are in Europe or America, if you want to fill the tank of your car, maybe you don't know about that. But if you introduce this guy now, many of our countrymen are going to render the jobless. Next slide. The advent of big tech that people are now using Microsoft, rise in automation and new unemployment crisis, global regulations across all places and industries according to McKinsey. The same generative AI has the capacity to enhance deep-fake frauds, demanded electoral outcomes. Intercept and interfere with military intelligence. Next slide. The CEO of OpenAI appeared before the US Congress, pleading for the regulation of the company and industry as quickly as possible. This was less than a year ago. Next one. The science of today, the world of business, driven by entrepreneurship, business, and investment. In the next decade, I regard this also part of the investment that we are taking now. We don't know the kind of job we will be doing for the next 5 years. Working still changing. And that's why things like the critical thinking, problem solving is very important. We can only teach them general things. Because they don't know why they need to find themselves. Somebody who runs the pharmacy. Some time ago was a manager of the federal authority. Yeah, so we were at least the university that we received 5 years ago, it's still very central. If they didn't have the money to attend the university, then they would have been where they are now. So 20 years, 30 years down the line, it's not the PSA or MSc that is behind the university that they are, but I think that's even a lady who is a minister that first led the university that the minister for investment. I think she was working for one of the banks before she was appointed minister elsewhere. And there are intelligence robotics and capability, letting vehicle manufacturing and cleaning that the blockchain, cryptocurrencies, and decentralized finance. That's one. The overriding question remains to Nigeria has its own path to develop across these game-changing spaces, on which we make the dumping ground for finished products, requiring in consumerism. Next one. Next one. Okay, we said for us in industry, academia, and government collaboration, in terms of collaborative contributions, commission of recycling, guidance, joint research, we don't join the research. I think the third one is doing very well. The professional is course of in the research office. We do support from the national and the level. Next slide. The private company should also come forward. In this first cycle, we talk about the invention of the education and information, short cycle autos and chemicals, information technology, data calculation. Most of us are familiar with this, which began in 1970 and still running. Next is this cycle. The belief is that the sixth wave is starting and it will be driven by biotechnology and healthcare. The problem is where are we in all this? Next one. Our own experience, we are colonized, no record, tried starting the hours in 1970s and zero results. So now in the future we are playing catch up. There are some success stories like K-Start, Kobo 360, Opera, Zenji, and are we ready for the sixth cycle? Next one. Then we have some of these successful Nigerian brands like K-Start Payments, some of you who patronize on Jumia or online, and this Linda Page. Remember you mentioned that now the federal ministry, because people are interested in movies, and all that, the entertainment industry generally. Next one. Nigeria is not doing too badly with the fifth wave. The country has continually ranked high on the list of foreign direct investment in Africa, despite the recent decline of foreign investments in the more traditional sectors such as banking and manufacturing. The tech industry has seen a steady increase in the volume of investment. As of 2018, about 6 years ago, Nigeria had attracted up to $306 million in funding for over 26 days. Then in 2019, a total of $491.6 million was invested in African tech startups, with Nigeria raking 24.8 in almost a quarter of those total investments, worth $122 million. That's like important point to note about the sixth wave. There is a movement away from resources dependency towards resource efficiency and sustainability. It's not just depending on natural resources, but we need to add the value. Next one. Well, shares of just to say now we are moving to renewable energy. So now because of oil theft and all that, we produce less than 1.5 million barrels of crude oil in a day. And when they are now talking of cost of carbon emission and all that, the fear is that in the next 30-40 years, when the whole world now says don't produce crude oil, then what do? The crude oil will still be below us in the ground. They won't be able to produce it unless we can then move into chemicals and all that. Next one. We're still talking about energy security and transition because Nigeria has agreed that gas will be our transition energy and all that. So renewables will then gradually begin to take our place. We also have our own peculiar problems in terms of managing the oil and gas resources. It's good to unlock the value for our great country. Next one. The future, original purpose. UNESCO envisages new challenges for engineering across 4 areas: philosophy, sociology, materials, energy, and information and systems and bioengineering. Each of these fields will require a range of disciplines to ensure future innovations and success. Next slide. Next slide. Sustainable development goals. Okay, let's go. We don't have to worry so much about this. Next one. Well, in 17 SDGs, we know them. Next one. Sustainable farming, we are already mentioned that. Next one. But in terms of university industry programming, you see, we are a university, so we are doing R&D. So of course, we started doing intellectual property policy, intellectual property policies, and technology and transfer of business. But for industry, they need to support us to be able to contribute to knowledge. We are excited. Then there is academic freedom, open this stuff. But when you now come to industry, they are interested in profit, research and development. So they are more interested in management of knowledge for profit. Then confidentiality, very limited public disclosure. But if there is study between us and them, then there can be commercialization of new and useful technologies. Next slide. Importance of intellectual property policy. But if you want to also develop this intellectual property, you need the lawyers to help us with this. Next one. Major challenges in terms of lack of the management infrastructure, lack of strategic research planning, lack of funds, lack of IT knowledge, lack of business skills. Because some of those in faculty of education or social sciences and management sciences, when they are able to develop a questionnaire, they have the intellectual property over it. But that questionnaire is unique. So they need to think of, even when you are developing a research proposal, you'll be thinking of what if this work 2 years, 3 years down the line, we're able to come up with some identical results. What do you do with it? There's always a culture gap between university and industry. That's one. So it's easy to think, do research, development, then you just deploy. You know, like I mentioned earlier, that for every dollar you spend on research, we need $10 to take it to development stage, so like on a large scale. Then to deploy it in the market, $100. So you are even complaining that you don't have enough money to do research. So how you are going to translate it to development? Unless you have a godfather like Ted Fund to come to your aid and the private sector. That's one. So you can see the situation is actually much more complicated. It's not a linear thing like research, development, deployment. You can see research, creation, transfer process, market needs, competitive analysis. That was why I gave the example of Concord jetliner. That even though science is fine first, the product accepted by the private public. So that's one. Institutional issues. What role does the institution want to play in knowledge technology transfer? Is the institutional structure supportive of knowledge technology transfer? What is our institutional mission? What are the policies and procedures? Then what is the culture? Our institutional goals and objectives defined and understood by all. Next one. Research management issues. We cannot solve all the problems. There is one that we can do. We handle them. Ensuring full dissemination and use of research results. We need to have appropriate policies in place for exploitation and knowledge transfer, costing and pricing, conflict of interest. I'm sure your research management office is already doing this excellently. Next one. Knowledge exchange is an integral part of any university's activities. Choosing knowledge exchange activities relevant to your university is fully integrated or managed separately. It needs to be appropriately recognized and resourced to meet our needs. Next one. Next slide, please. Good research practice involves dealing with integrity, ethical approval of research involving human participants, ethical approval of research using animals, monitoring of research, management of conflicts of interest. There will always be challenges. We have to bring them putting the interface. System for investigating allegations of misconduct. Next one. Research integrity. Research has an intrinsic purpose of value, scientific, social, cultural. Bad research is unethical. Integrity is involved in all the phases. Honestly, regarding own and others' actions. Next one. Accountability and transparency. Because you are using public funds or even anything from the funders, you have to account for it. Next one. Protecting participants, protect the reputation of researcher and institution. Because if a researcher defaults, then the institution will suffer. You cannot be blacklisted. You need to protect public interest, then protect the perception of research and science. Conform to legal and regulatory framework, then you have to satisfy the funder requirement. Next one. So how do we manage it? Research ethics committees, start offices with specific responsibilities, policies training, talking about issues, ethos of integrity. Next one. Well, I think all this. Next one. For each project or proposal, it has to be scientifically valid and justified. So somebody else can go or be interested in replicating what you have done. The protocol. Adequate steps must have been taken so that physical or psychological harm does not occur. Then the confidentiality of all personal and medical information is ensured and privacy maintained. Consent is valid and given without any form of duress. Next one. Collaborative research is becoming more important now. Even though I know it also creates problems when you are looking for, when you are assessing your candidates for promotion, having number of those articles are being reviewed authors and all that. We still have that problem back at university, but we think we need to also have another look. Collaboration is increasing, so effective support for collaborative research is essential for successful research organizations. These are issues that exist throughout the life cycle of the project. Next one. What is collaborative research in this context? Two or more research organizations which will be located in different countries, each contributing expertise, time and resources to address a common research question. With funding from one or more agencies like this, the United States can help us put a stop to the issue of kidnapping on the Lagos expressway, or even, I think also in the States, almost all over the country now, kidnapping. Two or more, or everywhere. Two or more researchers located in the same or different departments of research organization, each contributing expert. Somebody will be able to, each person will bring something to the table. That's one. Then why do we need to collaborate? Because we need specialist expertise. Then they are going to have complex research projects. Big science requires large teams, access to large equipment. We not always have almost it now. That's why maybe in the last 20 years, most universities now think of central research laboratories, because you cannot duplicate AAS in the chemical department, in agronomy, in geology, so you think you put some of those equipment together. Even if you are able to bring them together, you also need and the equipment purchased 30 years ago is probably obsolete now. These are very digital. Funding requirements, access to foreign funders, researcher mobility, global research effort, and developing countries. I think these are issues that we all can relate to. I think the essence of this interaction is just to share my own thoughts. Like I said, I'm from University of Benin. We still have the 1,001 problem, so it's also work in progress. And I hope in the last 30 minutes or so I've been able to stimulate our thoughts so that the papers coming later in the day and even tomorrow, we are able to set the agenda. That's like, I think that's about the elements. Multi-partner, multi-interdisciplinary, multiple cultural differences. Next one. Concluding remarks. The importance of research in sustainable development cannot be overemphasized. Because we started compressed principles, we see that research is not just about knowledge or knowledge, but we are able to create economic benefits for our local community. So the research we are doing was to locally relevant and globally competitive. The need for universities to collaborate with government and industry is crucial for sustainable development. There has to be more critics. I think Postmacoli and Investor and the Vice Chancellor. This is critical if our researchers are provided with necessary incentives and then free environment. You know, because apart from Nigeria's participation in the World Cup in Ivory Coast, I think we have been very gloomy and saved the life of the public environment. But now we have to lift our spirits up that we hope for better days. So I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, sir, for the great display of your wealth of knowledge, expertise, and experience. Thank you, sir. Please sit. Now we want to, there will be tea break, but after this series of events, which we hope will not take more than 15-20 minutes. Time for awards. There are several awards, but there are two big ones. By that I mean the ones, because of time, the citations of the recipients would be presented. After that, there will be 17 other awards. The awardees will just be called to receive their certificates. And so it's my pleasure to invite once again the University Orator, Professor Mike Omoiderale, to present two distinguished citations for two distinguished personalities. Professor Mike, please.
Thank you very much, Madam PRO. Once again, it's my pleasure to be here before everybody this morning to introduce or present the citations of these very distinguished scholars from this great university. The first, ladies and gentlemen, is that of our own Vice Chancellor, Professor Lilian Imotian Salami. I want to especially ask you to be upstanding while I do this. When I was preparing this, it did occur to me, it's probably the first time, that the university community will have an opportunity to present an award to you, especially against the background of the humongous achievements, humongous transformation that you have brought to this university. And as someone said earlier, sometimes it's good to celebrate our own now, not when you have left office. And so, ladies and gentlemen, I present to you an accomplished academic and administrator, a woman who personifies boldness, beauty, and brain. A sterling example of the capacity and ability of women to excel in the global workplace. A woman of courage, valor, and audacity. A lady of captivating looks, whose stunning, enchanting, charming disposition, beauty, poise, intelligence, and elegance has captured the academic community of the University of Benin. Our eminent transformative chairman of the Committee of Vice Chancellors of all Nigerian universities, Vice President of the Association of African Universities, the Organization of Igala and Yeye Medo of Ondo Kingdom, the Vice Chancellor, University of Benin, Professor Lilian Salami. Professor Lilian Salami is a native of one of the local government area of those states, obtained a BSc in Home Economics and Masters in Nutrition, both from North Dakota University in the USA. She returns to Nigeria same year for her National Youth Service and thereafter proceeded to the University of Nigeria in Nsukka, where she obtained her Doctor of Philosophy PhD in Human Nutrition. She obtained a PhD in Education from the University of Benin and a postdoctoral degree in Tourism and Hospitality from Vara University of Technology, South Africa in 2005. She rose through the academic ladder and was promoted to the rank of professor in 2005. Her teaching career has spanned over 30 years in the tertiary education system from the University of Ife, now Obafemi Awolowo University, University of Maiduguri, and the University of Benin. Professor Lilian Salami has served and still serves on several boards and committees across the nation. She was a member of the University Senate from 1996 to 1998, 2005 to 2016, and 2019 to date, where she is the chairman of the Senate of the University. Member of the Governing Council of the University of Benin from 2014 to 2016. She was the first elected Dean, Faculty of Education 2014 to 2016. In 2016 to October 2019, Professor Lilian Salami was the Director General of a federal institution, the National Institute for Educational Planning and Administration, NIPA, in Ondo State. And in 2019, after a credible and transparent interview process, Professor Lilian Salami was appointed the 10th substantive Vice Chancellor of the University of Benin. In the history of Vice Chancellorship of the University, she is the second female Vice Chancellor of our great university. But today, history records her as the first ever female Benin indigene to become a Vice Chancellor. History also has Professor Lilian Salami as the first female professor and the first elected female dean in the Faculty of Education of this great university. She has mentored and supervised many students, some of whom are now professors in their own right. She is the current chairman of the Committee of Vice Chancellors of all Nigerian universities, federal, state, and private. Also the Vice President of the Association of African Universities. As expected, she has been honored by many institutions and bodies and communities. She holds the traditional title of the Organization of Igala and Yeye Medo of Ondo Kingdom. In the history of excuse me, I think we're taking that. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is this lady of uncommon and sterling accomplishment, a pride to Africa and the black race, and indeed the global woman, a distinguished, inspirational and great achiever, a sagacious administrator, an educationist, a woman of great comportment, an outstanding role model, especially for the women folk, an African in spirit and body, that the University of Benin Annual Research Day honors with the Excellent Leadership Award in recognition of her role for the promotion of innovative and developmental research at the University of Benin as Vice Chancellor. it, please. Okay.
Again, privileged to stand there over the years to present this award on behalf of this academic community that respects and adore you and appreciate what you're doing. I believe, based on what I'm seeing, that the Vice Chancellor's this year is the beginning of the acceptance. Well, this certificate is also added, but because we're in the academic community, otherwise certificates all over you. But let's give you a silver.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, can we put our hands together for the Vice Chancellor and the Third Fund Rep. Thank you. The second one, I must confess, Madam Vice Chancellor, that when Professor Obamekole contacted me to do this, I felt that it was just serious punishment. Because it was a tug of war to compress over a 100-page CV just to one page of this great man. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Professor Friday Okonofa. One of the special invited to come over here, sir. Please put your hands together. Thank you, sir. But for lack of words to write, I just decided to just make it as very plain. Because honestly speaking, there was nothing I was going to write that was going to really do justice to this great man. I respectfully and with great admiration present Professor Friday Okonofa, a professor of obstetrics and gynecology, the center leader of the African Center of Excellence in Reproductive Health, SERI, and the coordinator of the World Bank project at the University of Benin. He was the pioneer Vice Chancellor of the first University of Medical Sciences in Ondo State, Nigeria from March 2015 to March 2020. He attended the Accra Grammar School, Ekoma, and Edo College, Benin City, before proceeding to the University of Ife, now Obafemi Awolowo University. He was in the pioneer medical class at the University of Ife, where he obtained BSc Honors Upper Class Division degree in Health Sciences and MBBS in Medicine in 1978. He has a PhD in International Health from the Karolinska University, the Nobel Prize awarding institute in Sweden. He subsequently enrolled in the West African and Nigerian Postgraduate Training College in Obstetrics and Gynecology, graduating 1984 and 1985 respectively. He took up appointment as lecturer in the Department of O&G at the Obafemi Awolowo University in January 1986, where he rose rapidly to the rank of a professor in October 1992. At Ife, he was acting head of the Department of Obstetrics for 5 years and acting dean of the Faculty of Medicine. He transferred his services to the University University of Benin in July 1996, where he has been head of the Department of O&G, Dean Faculty School of Medicine, Provost of the College of Medical Sciences, and member of the University's Governing Council. He is a fellow of several academic bodies and institutions, including West African College of Surgeons, the Royal College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists, the Nigerian Postgraduate College in O&G, the Nigerian Academy of Science, the African Academy of Sciences, the International College of Surgeons, the Nigerian Academy of Medical Fellows, the Tokemi Fellowship of Harvard University, the Nigerian Academy of Medicine. He has served as the Executive Director of the International Federation of Gynecology and Obstetrics and as Honorary Advisor on health to President Olusegun Obasanjo of Nigeria. He has also served as Secretary General of the Society of Gynecology and Obstetrics of Nigeria, SOGO, as well as the Secretary of the Faculty of O&G of the National Postgraduate Medical College of Nigeria. He has been past Chairman of the Publication Committee of the Nigerian Academy of Science and was recently elected the Vice Chairman of the Nigerian Academy of Science. He was also elected and currently serves as the Secretary General of the African Academy of Sciences in June 2022. Our awardee today, Professor Friday Okunokwa, is a global champion in women's health, a discipline where he has published an astounding more than 360 journal articles. 4 books, 26 book chapters, 22 monographs, and has obtained, listen to this, 52 international research grants, and has a high citation index and H index of 57. His most recent edited book, Contemporary Obstetrics and Gynecology in Developing Countries, published by Springer's Nature in August of 2021, comprises 69 chapters and is one of the most recent textbooks in his discipline in the African region. In October 2020, he was voted the runner-up of the Evidence Leadership Award in Africa by the African Development Policy for his research leading to policy development. He has served as Program Advisor Officer at the Ford Foundation, member of the International Advisory Board of the MacArthur Foundation, a reviewer to more than 20 international journals, and a member of the editorial board of the British Journal of Obstetrics and Gynecology from 2003 to date. He is the founder of the Women's Health and Action Research Center, one of Nigeria's leading NGOs, and the founding editor of the African Journal of Reproductive Health, which was voted the best journal in Nigeria by the National Statistics Commission that meets international standards since 2005, and now the leading journal in reproductive health in Africa. It has 2 chieftaincy titles: High Chief FA of Opela Kingdom and Chief Bekolete of Ondo Kingdom. He is married and is blessed with children. Madam Vice Chancellor, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, he is this erudite Professor of Obstetrics and Gynecology, a man of enormous intellectual ability with a robust performance in the critical examination of reproductive health, depth specification of research and scholarship, a celebrated and successful administrative technocrat, a builder of structures devoted to the advancement of frontiers of knowledge, and the University of Benin Annual Research Day, honored with the Excellent Leadership Award in recognition of the very substantial amount of grants that have attracted the university and a significant scholarly contribution to the growth and visibility of the University of Benin. Please let's our hands together for this week. And our Vice Chancellor, please do us the honor of this presentation.
It is indeed a privilege to stand and present to this colossus. Like I said, when there is this bird, and I don't know how to name it in English, but it's always something and dancing and dancing and dancing around. And when people ask, why is this bird always dancing? Then they say, that there is something that is drumming, playing drums. That is making. This is one man who is playing drum for this administration.
Madam Vice Chancellor, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, today we also have our awards, merit awards for NRF grant winners, and they are here. I want to the first is Professor Mrs. Medina O. Kadri, the Department of Plant Biology and Biotechnology, who got the award in 2023, titled Biomonitoring and Early Warning Signal. 2013, I beg your pardon. Biomonitoring and Early Warning Signals of Potentially Harmful and Toxic Algae in Nigerian Coastal Waters. Professor Next is Professor Siri Otianusi Osifo. The title of his research was the use of pesticides in food preservation in Nigeria and its health implications. The Department of Pharmaceutical Chemistry, he got the award in 2015. Next is Professor Ahere Omobwa of the Department of Medical Biochemistry, who got the award in 2019, identifying the chemical components and potential for treatment of diabetes of stem pack extracts of Revenia gabalensis. Vice Chancellor, Administration Professor Jacob O. of the Department of Geomatics, we received the award in 2019 on flood forecasting and integrated watershed management of environmental, occupational, and cancer risk assessment in Nigerian broadcasters. It's of the Department of Medical Laboratory Science and got the award in 2020. Next, Professor Mrs. Evelyn Uwa Edusola of the Department of Animal and Environmental Biology, who got the award in 2021 on the topic Exploring the Use of Mobile Phones and Social Media for Sexual Violence Reporting in Tertiary Institutions in Nigeria. Next is Professor Joseph Femi Bamidele Department of Plant Biology and Biotechnology. They received their Igodi Award in 2021, and the topic was Biodiversity, Spatial Distribution, and Groundwater Vulnerability of Rainforest Islands within the Nigerian mangrove ecosystem. Next is Professor Mrs. Faith Efosa of Yasoge of the Department of Microbiology, who got the award in 2021, and the title of her research was Exploring the Use of Saliva as an Alternative Diagnostic Tool for Neonatal Sepsis. Professor Mrs. Esther Iboria of the Department of Chemistry got NRF Award in 2021, and the title of the research was Evaluation of the Antiviral and Antibacterial Properties of Gum arabic, Stabilized Iron, Silver, and Vanadium, Tertiary Oxide Nanoparticles. Next is Professor Mrs. Mary Ezemoyen of the Department of Geography and Regional Planning, who received the award in 2021. Assessment of vulnerability and adaptation strategies of hunters to climate change in littoral local government areas of the Niger Delta, Nigeria. Following is Professor Abiodun Falodun, former Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academic of the Department of Pharmaceutical Chemistry, who received the award in 2021. Identification and development of potential drugs from Nigeria medicinal plants against coronavirus disease COVID-19. Professor Musipao Adungwe Pamikoli of the Department of Animal Sciences also got the award in 2021, and the title of the research was Production of Natural Antimicrobial and Growth Promoters from Periwinkle and Snail Shells for Livestock and Fisheries. Professor Pamikoli, please. Next is Professor Godwin Sajiri. Prediction of crime in Nigeria using artificial intelligence. He's of the Department of Mechanical Engineering and got the award in 2021. Also, we have Dr. Collins Chike Kwasi Efa of the Department of Mechanical Engineering, who received the award in 2021. And the title of the research was Environmental Temperature Effect on Energy Storage Medium for Solar Thermal Power Plants Application. Next is Professor Bomiya Adesina Ayinde, Deputy Vice Chancellor at our campus now, of the Department of Pharmacognosy, who got the award in 2022. And the title of the research is Development of Bioacaricides from Volatile Oil for Livestock Management. Sorry, my listening. I thought your research topic was on Google issue. Next is Professor Emmanuel Ogre of the Department of Mathematics, who received the award in 2022. Mathematical models and clinical analysis of typhoid fever in Edo and Delta State, Nigeria. Prevalence, knowledge, treatment, and control. Dr. Henry Okechukwu Egware of the Department of Mechanical Engineering, 2022. Development of low-cost, ultra-lightweight bulletproof vest and helmet using natural fibers sourced from Nigeria. Also, okay, that's about it. Okay. Thank you very much. That's about it. But Madam Vice Chancellor, you know, we have learned from you in this university that you like to surprise people. So the committee has decided to surprise this person. The person is not aware at all that it is in recognition of a strong commitment to the ROTC activities and her role as the chairperson of 2023 National Grants Writing Workshop in Uniben and 2014 University of Benin Annual Research Day. We are talking about no other person than Professor Akereke Omokwa. The chairman of the special meeting now. Thank you very much and congratulations to all our ladies.
Yes, sir.
Okay, ma'am. I want to respectfully invite Professor Friday Okonofa to please
Madam Vice Chancellor, distinguished people outside of the university, my great friend and colleague at the Nigeria Academy Times, was Olanika, former Vice Chancellor of the University of Ibadan, our colleagues and friends from Benin, very distinguished Benin schools represent, our very senior colleagues and friends all present here. I want to also say that last month was so much, and I was telling the Vice Chancellor that I am a very shy dude. I'm very shy, and you might see me moving around very strongly, and you think I'm a very strong man, but the truth is that when things like this come about, I'm often not so very bad. So I was avoiding this, but I think that one colleague called me. Just come on the rest and therefore I'm here and there today. So I really appreciate what happened. But let me start by saying that our vice chancellor has also today become an award. But I want to say that from what is being described of me, I think this is the first time probably I remember that I'm actually something I want to say publicly acknowledged. And I believe to do with the work of the Vice Chancellor. I have to mention here that when I was the primary Vice Chancellor at the University of Medical Sciences in Rome, that's when our current Vice Chancellor was also the DG. And then the institution which was actually opposite the university where I was Vice Chancellor. And right at that moment, I introduced her to my university as my junior sister. And she continued to talk to them about also telling them that I was a student. So we worked with her from that moment on. So when Anna found out she was Vice Chancellor, and I was being asked all over the place, I must say this is the first time I was really to her, because I feel very hard to talk, even outside the country. I wrote to her to say that I worked with her, because I saw her handwork. And I knew that she would perform this university. So I'm not at all surprised. In fact, as somebody said earlier on, if it was possible to have a second term, I would have been the first person. But second term, I'm not considering doing that. But ladies and gentlemen, I want to say that our Vice Chancellor has done extremely well. So I'm wondering how we are going to acknowledge that. This one that had today is just a simple award. But I believe that before the end of the year, we all come together to say how big something that has not been done anywhere in this country, how we are going to honor as a great work to done. But a great transformational work. Part of what I said, there's so much quiet in the university, so much silence, everybody's talking. And I can tell you that you think I can work very hard to do things, and I'll continue to work as hard because it's because of leadership of 5 years, both committed to mass. And I said it without any fear of education. And this is the best batch member I've ever seen. So, on behalf of her and on behalf of all our police, I think that she's the one who should take for us time to create an environment for us all. So when I say, I remember 2 years ago, when I think 3 or 4 years ago, when I finished at the President of the Council, one of the things he kept saying was that, how come the University of Benin is doing for you in telephone class? I said, held that in my chest. Oh, we must do better, we must do better. And from that body, all of those who body awards, we know how it got through the battles was personal touch. The system that people do better, pillars in terms of research in this university. So going forward, I pray that God will continue to keep her, continue to keep this university, and continue to keep our legacies. So that several years from now, what I left now will continue to use our legacy. That's something like that. And on behalf of all the awardees, on behalf of the family of all the awardees, I thank the team, the awardees, led by Dr. Bamkori, led by the members of our committee for making this award. Thank you very much.
Mr. Grant. Well done, sir. And so I want to let the cat out of the bag. Come 30th April this year, on behalf of the Vice Chancellor, she's inviting you all to the valedictory lecture by the one and only Professor Friday Okono. I expect you all to be there. And then all the good things that follow that lecture will follow thereafter. Please put your hands together and do that. And then presentation of gifts to 4 distinguished personalities in the order in which I have the personalities on the program. First is this distinguished souvenir to the special guest of honor, Architect Sonny Echono, Executive Secretary of TEDFON. Please put your hands together. To be presented by Madam Vice Chancellor. In fact, she's presenting the 4 awards. You will receive your own award. You are the guest of honor and one of the distinguished speakers. Please put your hands together for the Director of Research and Development, Center of Excellence, TEDFON, Abuja. Thank you, sir. Let's put your hands together. That's from our own cradle of civilization, and now also the immediate past Vice Chancellor, Professor Abel Olayinka, has been presented with his own gifts. We invite the GBC Academic and Research UNILAG to receive her own special gift. Professor Mrs. Bola Obu. May I, at this point, invite for the vote of thanks as we begin to round up this opening ceremony. Remember the big items, the exhibition of research and all that will come after the tea break. But for now, we'd like to invite for the vote of thanks Professor Mrs. Ayebo Sado. She is the Director of the University's Institute of Technology.
So I'll start on all protocol that has been already established. Permit me to say, in giving this vote of thanks, that God Almighty has been good to us. So He it is that takes all wisdom to all who put this together. Then I want to thank our transformational, indefatigable Vice Chancellor, who it is that has a Midas touch. So anything she puts her hand on always ends with success. So when she said put together the 40 bird heritage, we thank you, ma'am, for giving us the work. I also want to thank the team, the TVCs, the bursar and the librarians for their support in all of this and for being the perfect team that has worked with her to ensure that we get good success in all that we do. So thank you very much, ma'am. Ma'am and Sam, the principal officers. The ES of Tech Fund, Architect Togo, who is here represented by Dr. Bakari, the director of the Center, Research Development Center of Excellence, Tech Fund. Thank you very much for honoring our invitation and for making this occasion glorious. Our keynote speaker, Professor Lainka, thank you for that very wonderful lecture. And for me, the takeaway, and I think should be the same for all of us, when we're conceptualizing our researches, we should ask ourselves, is it affecting or is it going to affect the society in which we live? So we shouldn't just do research in fact. Thank you very much, sir. The DVC from Lagos, so we have not heard you speak, but I'm sure that you're going to do justice to the topic that you will give it. Thank you very much. I also want to thank the University Research and Development Committee under the distinguished chairmanship of our ever-smiling, hard-working BBC academic, Professor Ray Ozora. Thank you very much for giving leadership to that committee. And I also want to thank the Director of Research and Development, Professor Bobby Colley, under whose guidance everything was put together. Thank you very much, sir. I will not finish without thanking Dr. Mowa, the LOC. She just has this gift of putting everything together, letting everybody to work. Thank you so much. The digital directors that are here present, thank you for gracing the occasion. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, participants of the conference, thank you very much, because if you're not part of it, then we have no success. Thank you very much. Thank you, ma'am. Put your hands together for Professor Sadu. And now, photograph. May I respectfully invite the personalities and lives. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Come on. Director of Research, LOC, please join them. Professor Okonofa, please join them. Do we have check? Okay, the provost will stand for exam director. We should have association of deans. Then I will have a chairman. So we are saying it before Madam DC now, association of deans, so that the chairman will be representing when we can have everybody on board.
Get everybody. Are you ready? I can get everybody.
Thank you very, very much. Please will return to seats. Just have two more items. Two very brief items. very, very brief but essential items. We are going to take item 22 before item 21. We'll take item 22. There's item 7. There's item 7. 7 and 8, 7. No, 7 and 8. We'll not take them as item 23. And so may I now respectfully invite a cleric and academic, Professor Buniami Nainde, in the Chairman campus, to take the closing prayer at this time.
In the name of Almighty God, the most beneficent, the most merciful, we thank God for making us human beings. Because above all the creatures of Almighty God, He made human beings the highest. Being human beings is not by our choice, but by His own perfection and His choice. And also among human beings are those that Almighty God has made to change the society for better. So if we are among them, we must thank Him. May God sustain that people on each and every one of us. We have gathered here to discuss affairs of human beings, to make advance progress on behalf of human beings. May that be possible and easy for each and every one of us to continue to do. Our function in this world is to worship Almighty God and also to impact positively on the environment, on the lives of individuals and of ourselves. God, we ask you for wisdom, we ask you for blessings, sustain these blessings, sustain these favors on each and every one of us. Our Vice Chancellor, who has given us the opportunity to do this program, God, we want you to protect him. As she's going to round up our tenure this year, don't let be that the end of our life. Let that be the beginning of higher progress for her. And may God extend that to each and every one of us. Our visitors that have come from near, far and near, God will protect you. As He has brought you here safely, you get back to your previous destination safely. And all of us that have come to witness this occasion, God will bless us beyond our expectations. In Thy holy name we are praying.
Thank you very much, sir. We should now rise for the unity anthem, second stanza of the national. Oh Lord, Father. Very much. will remain standing as Vice Chancellor, the former Vice Chancellor, the ES, the principal officer, leads the Senate chamber. Please, you will remain where you are because you will be served breakfast. Together, all well and good. But please, the sessions are for today and tomorrow. We don't eat and go away. Well, these are academics, so I trust you. Thank you very much, sir.
This capture card, I'm not using it again. So use this one instead. That's the capture card. Take this one. No.
they give on display. Okay, those are the display. Good night.
Your phone fully charged. I mean, not your own.
It's mine.
Is it fully charged?
No, it's not.
Able director. I think able director. If you contract, you give your back of
okay.
Campaign your
No, Allah.
Thank you, man. Well done. All right.
Thank you, sir.
We do, bro. Thank you.
Wait now, they come, they check something. We they display the screen for there since now.
When this cord was locked.
Was connected, yes now. The cord was connected with capture card to this place now. This one will be this. This cable, like this cable get issue. How would they use this?
This stuff supposed to come down.
Which stuff?
This camera, this one coming from the camera. Supposed to come because the source really the video part.
No, no,
this one supposed to come here.
Why is this thing not displaying again now? This has been displaying since. Where this has been displaying. Since it has been displaying since.
I understand. That's camera one. Okay. So.
What this has been displaying since now?
Do you know why the thing is not displaying
now?
You put it on extended view now.
It won't be the extended view, that's not the issue.
You
it's
sure?
not picking it, this thing now. I'll get to where this thing? Is this thing on? Where this?
Is it on?
No on. Don't get it. This is myself since. It's not online here. So we are back online. We are back online. Wait, we are back online. Let me connect it back.
You want to disconnect
I know now. Wait, Oga, wait first. If I don't finish, I'll show you. No, everything from they come here, sir. Everything come here direct. No, everything they come from there. See, let me just work with you. Everything, both their laptop will enter here. If they switch between laptop and this, everything will show for here.
Everything will show you?
Yes. For the display for extended view, we switch the laptop. With this display
so the laptop will connect to this place?
Yes, we'll connect.
Yeah. So the switcher now, where do you connect the switcher to this laptop?
Yes. So from this laptop with the display come here now. We will see test them. Come. I did extended display with this one. Let me abandon this one. So, this is the. I'll not be here. Black Boss. Black Boss, not good everything.
Yes, thank you.
they are. Just that's all. No, I'm not.
And the funny thing is that when person see on the road, you know, one person knows, but he will tell you when you find out.
You don't have to tell you that. But when you pay,
you won't know. You
I will
won't.
never
That announcement will not come again.
I've been through. Okay, now you guys will check out and let me know. Okay, these guys are in the background. See them in the background. Oh, no, sir. Definitely, sir. For the recording, if you check your email, they sent this program. So they say watch live, you can read it from there. And the pictures, I think the guys from VCO. Yes. Yes, or registry, yes. Welcome, sir.
Yes, I'll just
Yeah, man. No, this is the never said. I mean, what did you guys observe?
No one said it. This guy don't talk about that matter. This guy. So if you say that,
what not be food and quality or that misunderstand me just solve that. Then make it be me like that. Not be so well. That did not joke me and Chichi just the talk. Maybe that just for like 8 split of rice. How on the nerves? How you want to call it?
Old story. Now old story that.
That last week.
Why you call it new story now?
Now they put out.
Because it's not then they fit some people already talk that. Maybe they talk
that one.
I think you like this. You don't like.
After what did they talk? They say the notes never start. curriculum masters.
Carol, you're the wrong one. They say make you chop it to at the same time.
And I used to give us information. You know, chairman. I like give me nothing.
Yeah, guys are really levels.
Yeah, I give us information. Because see my Yahoo boy bag. If this bar lost, I don't face. You know what the day inside?
I can cover my own.
You know what the day inside?
You don't know what's
Yahoo charger. Yahoo USB.
Oh, yeah, which is. Not too much.
Oh, yeah. It's a Shizuki.
Bagunça. Bagunça.
So we take this to
Yes, what best?
I tell you, barometers.
Last year, I did performance. Since I started doing performance, see the you never have to do that. Okay. When I was that's
Where don't stop.
I don't think you tired. I don't think like this. Like you feel like this. You don't feel yourself.
Ajay. Yes, they took a break. After the tea break, they reassemble. Let's say around 1. Maximum, what are our programs there? No. In this second section, I need to talk. But I Corey is saying on the jingle link already. He don't mail them to Bamikole. Which way? Where? Okay. The rest of people don't receive their biscuit and Chapman. It's collective, man. Very fine, thank you. Plenary, it's like by 1 now. You don't have the program? By 1? No, it's not yet. Oh, by 1 now. Maybe they're not fully checked, but if you check the program, you see it.
It's clearer than.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Even the VC wanted us to do it like this, not on YouTube. Let it be streaming live, so they'll just give us a little challenge, but we're able to sort stuff.
Oh, you didn't want to stream live?
No, even if it's streaming live, she wanted to be watching it live, but we didn't make provision for that originally. So that's why we now even took our system from here to that back. We now made with those people that want to do and we sorted out.
But you now came out?
Yes, sir.
But you know that's how we used to do it.
Yes, and then we now got the switch out so that we can still be able to switch from the slides to the live images and pictures. them reliable. Now we do get on the mouth. If I get yeah, okay. Ada yang modal ada. Jual dia jual. What do you do?
Audio jack, eh? You know we brought it to this place. Let us try and drag it see if we can get to that edge.
Which is
this audio jack in. Yes. You understand now?
Where is it coming from?
It's coming from that speaker. So that in case we have an online speaker.
Let me see
this. It was a drag on the bridge. Please let me remove this from you. Can I go?
That is a conversation.
What else, sir?
The pointer is there. Eh? The pointer. Okay. Thank you.
What else?
Oh, yes. My G.
What else?
How is everything?
I've lost some art.
It doesn't matter. Once a day, it's always a day. Benny, sir. I will put an high. Okay.
I didn't know. I thought everybody was supposed to make it. I thought it was for the big boys and girls.
Yes, fried rice and mushroom.
There was nothing there.
Vegetables.
I don't think.
No, it's still there.
Do I like mushrooms? And they feel allergy.
This one long now. It's not fish. Just off the camera.
Put that cable on the floor.
I've done because of the water.
Water here?
Yeah, water here. Are we good there?
Yeah,
This one block.
in case anybody wants to see that.
No, we don't let us stand that.
Okay, we'll go now there. Yeah. Where do you plug the camera?
I've not plugged it in.
Okay, we need light up to this part.
We need light up to this. That's what it's trying to. Now there's stop.
Yeah, but we can still get it from there.
Now this AC, I know this AC. It's not everywhere.
Let's take it back. Let's pass it to this place.
I should find the camera.
Yes. We need to do it.
They should all come and listen to this presentation. My DCC.
That's why they try.
At least you know there was 30 minutes.
What we say? Yeah.
No, the other one. This one up and down. But not too tight outside, they feel the tone.
Okay.
You guys can check.
Please, we need to start the first plenary. There is no time again. We will start. Others will join us later because we have to save time. ICT, I guess you have the slides. ICT?
CIT. Yes.
You have the slides? Okay, please, let's project. As people are coming in, you will join the plenary session. I'm waiting for you to project that. Professor Sajero, our participant at the admission stand, please help us mobilize them here. And if you see Professor Mrs. Kennedy, I'm calling her. We also need to prepare to serve lunch. So, okay, yes.
Research intensive universities. We must have active researchers. We must have active doctoral students and visiting scholars, and all must be able to engage with quite a number of faculty to give us the desired results. When we look at our universities in Nigeria, there are several matrices out there that try to rank us. Several matrices try to rank our research outputs. And when we look at all of them, the most important indicators are our visibility on the web. Our researchers, how are they cited? And then the kind of papers among the top 10 in the world. So we have both the webometric ranking, AD scientific index, things like the HACE index and all that. It's not the science higher education ranking we are talking about now. That ranks both your teaching, your research. But we are talking about research and we are talking about postgraduate students. And so we begin to ask our question, is our university where we really want them to be research-wise? For most of our Nigerian universities, I know that we are trying a lot within the limited funding and space we have, but definitely we all can do better once we have opted to remain within the system. We need to be able to push our boundaries a little bit more and do much better than we are presently. Postgraduate studies, why are they important? It is actually through the postgraduate students that we can have additional skills and knowledge entered into the university. University of Ibadan is high up there when it comes to being a research-intensive university. Professor Layika may be able to tell us, but I know that we have 40-60 admission policy, maximum of 40% undergraduates and 60% postgraduates. And that is why they are able to do quite a lot of research. They have a lot of institutes and centers where the postgraduate students are able to thrive. Postgraduate studies improves their research skills. For some, they come so that they can get better jobs, and then more skills at that level are impacted at that level. So to be a research-intensive university where postgraduate studies will thrive, there are a few characteristics that are needed. Quality of faculty committed to research and teaching is important, and I think I saw a lot of that when we went out now. There are quite a number of centers, and we were able to see products. We were able to see the results of the research, and I will really commend that we continue in that light. However, we may need to improve on the postgraduate admission to be able to get high-quality graduate students to help push the boundaries even more than we are now. We need a good environment that encourages scholarship, and then the facilities in which teaching and learning can be performed effectively. A very conducive environment is needed for research, because research involves a lot of critical thinking, and that is key for all graduate students. Funding for the institution is important, apart from the fact that funding for research. Research must be given adequate funds so that the individual and the groups doing the research will feel comfortable within their space to do good and adequate research that will yield good results. Research infrastructure is important, and then the leadership. In our Nigerian universities, the quality of leadership also determines the direction in which universities go. If you have a leader, a vice chancellor, who is not interested in research and interested in pushing the university forward, you find that things will just go quiet, because whether we like it or not, the pressure on academics is much. So you need the leadership that will not only encourage, but will find ways of boosting the morale of staff to be able to do that. And then high quality undergraduate student body is important, because we find that student experiences when they come for undergraduate also determines whether they want to pursue research. We know that things are not too good now, and nobody is interested in taking up the jobs we are doing. But we still find those that once they have a good experience, they are ready to come back to actually be able to take part in research. One of the good things is that research universities actually help the nation to have innovations, and they are the ones that actually push for our innovations within the national space. And thanks to TechFund, who thought it wise to create research and development offices within federal and state universities, and I think with that, most universities have been able to not only create new knowledge, create research groups, create centers, institutes, and people are able to come together in a very
robust, multidisciplinary way, and that has led to competence building, new products. We saw quite some products today, new products that will eventually get into the market and boost the economy. And then as the demand increases, we find that new products, our products will just continually evolve. Networking is key to our research universities. We must be able to engage actively in incubating activities, providing facilities, providing administrative support, financing the innovation process. And I think one of the key things that we need to begin to do with our research and development office is actually serious integration with the postgraduate school, so as to determine actually even the kind of researches our postgraduate students will begin to embark on. That integration is key so that we don't just do research for research's sake. I think we have turned the curve now. It's not just research for publications purpose, but it's research that will have impact in whatever way on our society, on the nation. And that is why the R&D units must be able to network seriously with PG school, and as students come in, be able to have good uptake, so that the students will also begin to think and be supervisors in an innovative way to carry out the research that will bring about useful policies, useful products, and it will improve the economy of the nation. Also, through consultancy services, we find that our innovation processes are also improved. What are the requirements for this postgraduate training that we want to actually strengthen in the Nigerian space? The people, faculty, administrators, and students. Time. Time is important. We need to have enough time to do this work at a research-intensive university. And we find that our time, as we go higher up in the ladder, is usually compromised with a lot of, apart from the teaching, with a lot of administrative duties. So there needs to kind of be a balance between that. Funding, the research costs are usually very high, most especially in the life sciences. Every group that can belong to the life sciences, even including the medicals, research costs at that level are usually very high. We look at fees as a way of funding, and then what kind of stipends are available. Supervision and mentorship. How available are colleagues in being able to adequately supervise postgraduate students? What kind of mentorship do we give them? Are we really mentoring them? Or as some people will say in my university, are we tormentors to these students? And what kind of provisions the postgraduate school have, even for the faculty, in terms of what kind of workshops and training can our postgraduate school give to faculty, so that they are properly mentored also in the way in which they need to mentor these students. Our curriculum at the postgraduate level. Yes, NUC has come out with CCMAS. That is for undergraduates. Nobody wants, I'm sure nobody would want NUC to begin to give us curricula or postgraduate level. But at the same time, Postgraduate studies is unique to each program. When last did we look at those curriculum and review it? How stable are the curriculums that we are using now? The curriculum we are using, will it bring the desired innovations? Will it bring the desired development in our nation? So we need to look at the curriculum. And then the requirement for postgraduate studies. I think earlier on, our speakers alluded to that. It's not supposed to just be a gown and gown relationship for postgraduate studies any longer. Any PhD program that does not involve the gown in whatever form, whether government, whether NGOs, whether community, whether industry, is not actually solving a critical problem. And whether we like it or not, it's not even looking at any of the SDGs or even the AU agenda of 2063. So we need to look at that, what is actually needed to improve our society, and begin to bring them in the discussion. We find that when we do that, at least from our experience in the University of Lagos, we find that when we have done that with a few of the companies around, it has yielded good results in that they will fund the research. We know that most of our postgraduate students are full-time, sponsoring themselves, which is not what's operates in other countries. But once you are able to work with town and down, you get some funding, the student gets some respite, and invariably they are able to finish in good time because all the resources needed for the work, they are able to have it. So it is also very good to have that relationship and discuss with them. As of today, there are over 200 Nigerian universities, and at least 107 are approved to undertake postgraduate training. One question that comes to mind is, how much impact has all this training that we have been doing in the university have on the economy of the country? And how are it reflected in our industries? How are it reflected in our postgraduate, in our development trajectories? And then one of the questions is, where do we want to be as a university, even among these 107 that offer postgraduate training? What kind of postgraduate students, colleagues that will join us in future in this job do we really want to turn out? And so it becomes a question for each university to know where they want to locate themselves. And I think when we know where we want to locate ourselves, it helps us to know how our program will be strengthened. The basics of postgraduate training are those that come in after the preliminary first degree. And in Nigeria, it starts from the PGP, Masters, MBA, ML, MA, MPhil, PhD. And invariably, all of them will do one project or the other. All of them do one project or the other. And at the end of the day, all of them do a project or the other, and at the end of the day, those projects, are they just lying on the shelf, or are we using them to further develop the nation? So there are lots of challenges with postgraduate training. One of the first challenges we have, I seem to have missed the slide somewhere, Okay, that's it. Inadequate research components. Yes, PhD training is usually characterized by research training and outputs by the participants. But do our students at the postgraduate level, do we teach them the basics? Proposal writing, research methodology, research design. Do we have discourse with them on critical thinking, computer-based learning? These are the things that will guide them in their research and will lead to high-quality publication that would meet the international standards. So most of the time we find that the thesis that our students come out with, some are plagued by design issues, some the data are not even rigorous enough for them to be able to publish it in high-ranking journals. I will come to journals later because while I believe in high-ranking journals internationally, I believe that we have slept so much on our, I don't know what to say, that our journals are not really out there the way it should be. Another issue is how are these training programs of our graduates, how are they monitored? In most universities, we find that our PhD students, we say 3 to 4 years for the programs, but how many of them really are able, what percentages finish at that time? What are the problems they have? And I think most of the problems, while funding is a major problem, we find that inadequate monitoring is a major issue facing most of those doing our PhD programs. And so effective monitoring must actually come to play, and whether departments, whether faculties must have a serious way of monitoring these students when they come in, such that they know that they have to finish within a stipulated time. We found that although just a few universities were sampled in the ARUA network, African Research Universities Alliance, looking at outputs of postgraduate students within the 18 ARUA universities. The 2 universities, although they are now about 4, the 2 universities that were in that survey were UI and University of Lagos, although recent IFE and Usuka have joined. But we found that while the University of Ibadan was able to churn out a large number of students among all the universities at PhD level on an annual basis, more than most of the other universities in the network, the duration of the program was much longer than most of the universities in South and Eastern Africa, where their students were able to finish within 4 years. So what are the issues that is challenging the training? And apart from what we have said, another challenge is the issue of poor funding. When government gives us funds, nothing is even given for training, PG training, nothing is given for PG development. It's usually basic salaries and a little for each university's overhead. So how do you implement postgraduate training when you are not even able to cater for the undergraduates within the program? So postgraduate training in Nigeria is more like an adult service that we add on without any financial support. And then another problem is the challenge of the status of PG programs in some departments. Some departments don't pay good attention to postgraduate training, and we found even in some of the surveys that in some places, PG students are treated like our PAs, part-time workers, and so the needed support towards their research seems to be lacking. So, and I had also spoken about the non-review of the curriculum. So, how do we resolve all this? To be able to strengthen PhD work, how do we resolve all this? How do we strengthen our postgraduate programs? Our faculties must look for new areas to shed light and bring the attention of the academic community with a focus on rigor. That means it must be thorough, it must be relevant, and then the results must have actionable implications. When we talk about rigor, it's not being like a liberal rigor, but the scope of the work must be empirical, it must be based on good concepts, and then the analysis must be thorough so that we can make good progress. We can also solve unique and relevant problems that have received little or no research attention. Dr. Bakri spoke of something when he was delivering his speech this morning, and it caught my attention, and I interrogated him further. And he said that apart from the IBR and the NRF, they also have a pool of funds for serious research that is multidisciplinary, may involve more than one university, may involve collaborators even from outside the university, and that they had a pool of about ₦1 billion in that account, which is depreciating every day because of what we know. So how do we come together to solve a problem maybe of national importance or of importance within the South-South, or of importance even in Edo State that will impact the states around us? I think that is a challenge I'm taking away from here today, and that is the rigor, because solving that problem will mean that we will engage PhD students. We will be able to give them some stipend, or we may be able to pay their fees on that. And at the end of the day, we'll be able to solve the problem, not only for our states, but it may be for the nation. And such ways we find that we become more relevant, we are cited better, and we're able to even get more collaborations. Because what we know from good research that involves good rigor and good analysis is that when it is well published, you find people wanting to either collaborate with you in one area or the other, and also trying to receive work with you on even grants and all that from other clients. Also, we need to begin to question the norm, questioning the conventional wisdom, and creating new research teams. We are talking about AI challenging everything we do. We are talking about ChatGPT, which our students are using. So we need to begin to question things so that we can also be ahead, and then begin to question, even if we are going into AI, what impact do we want it to have in a nation like Nigeria, where there are good sides and the negative sides of AI, which are the ones that will be relevant for our own economy, that will not throw our large population out of the job, but rather will create more jobs for them as a result of that intervention. So those are the things we need to begin to question so that we can move forward. Research implications of doing this intensive research. There's an example on the board which is of a research center and how they contribute to moving postgraduate training abroad ahead in their university. What they do is they look at the total publications. It's like a challenge. Which faculty produces the largest number of publications on an annual basis? How many of those publications are by their students? Or how many visiting scholars do they receive? Which are the publications in the top journals? And then based on that, faculties are given awards. Faculties, both the faculty, the students, the visiting scholars are given different types of awards. Research award, which was done here today, which is a very good start. Research awards, even teaching excellence awards, and then different types of awards based on what the universities do. And when you have that kind of thing within a university, it serves as a motivation because people know that if I do this well, at the end of the day, it's also an award for it. What we had proposed in my university for lack of funds was that not only will the plaque be given to the best cited in the year, the person with the highest grant within that year, but some cash award. Cash award personal, and then award also of a grant to be able to do more research. And I think those are the lines we need to be thinking about to be able to strengthen the research work of colleagues, because those are the things that motivate. My VC says something. This work, even if they improve our salaries, will not give us desired income. So how do we get comfortable and do the things we need to do? It is through things like research grants. It is through things like winning awards. The LNG Prize for Science is out. It will be good to see everybody from Nigeria win the $100,000 US. You understand me? Because that is personal. It's not for any research. So those are the things we should begin to look at. And before we can get to that stage, we had done some grants, we had done some good research that had brought us into that space. And people are beginning to acknowledge what we do. All the research we do, normally at the end of the day, accumulates either we write a report, we come out with a publication or something. But like I said earlier, things are changing and we must train our students and strengthen to be more than that. We must begin to have workshops that will disseminate our results. The workshops will involve town and down. Communication must be different from our publications so that everybody will understand the basics of what we have done. Publications are for those within the scientific community or academic community to know what we are doing and maybe begin to associate with us. But through the workshop, through the conferences, we're able to bring people together, we're able to hold outreaches and let people know what we are doing, and then the uptake of the results will be better. For your research fairs in future, Benin City is quite a big place. It will be good to also bring in your industry partners within the state to let them see what you are doing, those that are relevant, bring in some government officials so that the policies from our gender studies centers, the policies from our faculty of law, the results of their work can be communicated to such individuals and then begin to deepen the town and gown relationship. Another important thing as a take-home from this is that it's also important when we do such workshops and conferences that we make it mandatory for all PhD students registered in the university, because that's how we do ours. We're in the 15th year of ours, but it's mandatory for all PhD registered students to be a part of it and to present papers at that conference. The papers will be poster. The papers will be poster. But it gives them opportunity to learn how to go to conferences, how to, and also how to express themselves and interact with colleagues. Because whether we like it or not, like I tell the early career in the system that before I retire as a professor, all of them will also be professors like me. But, so they are coming to join us within the system. Those are part of the training we must be able to expose them to, and then there must be little gifts for them. Maybe the best people star among all the PhD students, somebody will get a panel of judges to go around, and that increases what happens. So we must learn to publish in good journals. I said I will come to journals. And we thank TechFund for what TechFund is doing, sponsoring journals in the university. My university is not good with that, so I'm not going to talk about that. But what I have also been saying is we must push our journals forward. And how do we push them forward? They must become regular. If we want to publish twice a year or once a year, specific number of articles, let's have that in mind. Let's advertise. Let's have our journals even within the university, not carry publications from only our universities alone, but from other universities far and wide, even within the West African sub-region, even if we're not able to get to Europe and all that. Let's start from there and let the journals be on a very good platform that is not predatory online. Let our university presses be the ones to publish it for us and let it be online. You will find that after a few years, there are some journals like that already within some universities. You begin to grow your impact factor. And once you can grow your impact factor and we continue like that, we find that the journal becomes to get better. We get review articles sometimes from abroad to review articles for us, and that improves our quality. And as our impact factor improves, we find that we move higher on the scale, whether you are in quarter 4, quarter 3, quarter 2, and eventually we will get there. But what I find in most universities, including mine, is that in the faculty we even have 2 regionals. And I said, it's not helping the growth of the journal, even of that faculty. Because you have a multiplicity of journals, and I think as academics, those are some of the things we need to do to strengthen our own journals within and to strengthen PhD programs. Publishing books, chapters in books, monographs, is a very important thing and a good thing for academics. It strengthens, but please publish with renowned publishers. Do not publish your book with Bola Obo Publishers, Tenekewan Road, Benin City. And I'm very serious about that. Why I say that is that for over 5 years, I've been on we have what we call Publication Vetting Committee in my university. It's a subcommittee of the appointments and promotions. So once you are going to professorial cadre, the group of academics in that committee review, look through your publications to know what is acceptable, your books, what is acceptable, and what will go out to the external accessory. And over the years, that has been the major problem. Good books was published with other publishers at the same. And you find that those books, they don't go anywhere. And so the window TED1 has given is a very good one. And TED1 also have their publishing centers all over. That is the best way to go about it. If you are not publishing with TED1, publish if your university has a press, publish with the University of Benin Press. That way, you will find that your books will not only go far, they will be acceptable even in other places, other universities around. That's how the things move. Like I said, we need to also continually hold seminars, both for faculty and for our doctoral students. I think the major elephant is funding, which we all complain about for grants. So what I would say is that we need to work more on that. I'm happy that we do grant writing proposals, and we must actually come together to write for grants. Most funding bodies don't give funds to research that is just limited within a small space. They want to see collaborative efforts. So if I am looking at the genetic aspect, who is looking at maybe the physiological aspect of what I'm studying, who is looking at the uptake and others, to have international funders, to have a holistic view of the problem we are targeting. And I think that is key. We can also seek endowments from even the multinational companies, manufacturing companies, can endow research centers and give you money towards a particular project they are having, or furnish a lab with all the equipment that will be needed for research in that field, so as to grow this. However, we can also institute funds, and I think this is very, very important. How do we get funds for our PhD students to do their research? Because that is the bane of the problem. Most of them are full-time, and so for some areas of research, it becomes very, very expensive for them to fund. So we are not on a research grant that can pay for all their consumables in an area where I work, in genetics, with some molecular work. You find that research students can be there for a long time. So we need to creatively think of how we can fund PG research. Are we going to be giving these students fees rebates? They are carrying out research in a critical area, or are we going to give them teaching assistantships, graduate fellows, that they will have something that is worth their while on a monthly basis to keep body and soul together. One thing we have done that has helped a bit is that we have what we call the central research grant in the university. So from our IGR, a particular percentage goes to the central research grant. And what we do is the central research grant. Before COVID, it used to be a mini grant of 1 million and a major grant of 3 million. But after COVID this year, it has been reduced to mini grants of 2.5 and a major grant of between 5 and 7 million. But there's a caveat. It must be a research of relevance, and there must be a PhD student fully registered on that project, such that it helps the students to complete the work and finish in good time. And I think that is one of the ways, apart from having grants, our grants allow us most of the time, most of the grants to have either a research assistant or something. And in fact, I want these students to have some kind of comfort, the full kind of one. The interest is stronger, and they are able to complete the work in a record time. So we can think creatively how we need to fund research, and then how we can also raise funds through consultancy projects. I served in the University of Lagos Consult for quite a number of years. And what we were able to do with some of the projects we handled for state governments was that when we have any project that comes into the university consultancy, lecturers will be the one to execute. And once lecturers are the ones to execute, they must come in with their graduate students. So anybody that will be doing the work wherever the location is must be graduate students, such that they also have some form of skill. So can consultancy projects in our department, and I saw that in Brazil. They organize their students at the departmental level to go to industry, find out what the problem is, and go back with the understanding with the industry, develop a proposal, and take it to the industry, and the industry now funds. So they get money for themselves, and they are also able to solve the problem. So there are different ways in which we can do this to the benefit of and then the research outputs of our students, how do we monitor it? Is it that at the end of the day, there must be a research review one way or the other? Those are the ways to strengthen it. Is at the end of the day, once they graduate, they drop their thesis. Some of them don't work with us any longer. It's those that have retained in the university that will continue in that area. So once they have published, and they are gone, is at the end of the work. We need to begin to see how the output of that research can become of benefit both to the university and the society. And that is why the Research Management Office really needs to work with the postgraduate school. Because what we try to do is review projects. Review projects at the end of every year. All the sciences come together, the arts and humanities come together. The committee looks through it. We work with the research administrators. We have a research administrator cadre approved by our council in the university. So they work with us. They pick the best thesis in humanities. They pick the best thesis in the sciences. And then we look at how results of that can move forward. We also look at projects as they relate to the SDGs and also begin to see how do we take it up from there. So it's important that this review is carried out, and that is why PG school, because the postgraduate school alone cannot do it, but the research management office will need to be involved with that, and that is why our research management office must also be strengthened to have what we call either research managers or research administrators. So, in all that we have been saying, what we are saying is that we need to have a mindset to change the way we have been doing things to be able to strengthen. We need some changes even in the way units and offices are organized. It may need a change even in the way the university looks at things to become more research intensive. We are beginning to scale down on undergraduate admission. We have gotten to a place where we are doing 50-50 now, and we are hoping we'll be able to reduce that to 40-60 and eventually 30-70. Because whether we like it or not, to become research intensive, if we have a high number of undergraduate students, it weighs on of us in this now. Because attending to them is usually a large number, and they need more attention than the postgraduate students. I have a class in year 1, introductory biology, and this year I have 2,818 students. So you can imagine with my team the pressure on us to teach, because we break them into groups. We can't teach all at the same time. And so we also break them into groups for that. We do some online, some of the teaching is online, some is face-to-face, so that at least they can have a feel. And then we also have to do laboratories with them. And that involves medical students, pharmacy students, all students in biological or life sciences, psychology students, education students. So it's a mix of everybody, and it's always tough. But by the time we begin to reduce, I'm hoping that we get to a point where I will just be having maybe in all those departments and pharmacy, we will just be having 1,000, which will be more manageable, half the stress, and at that time, I'll be able to do all my classes online, and just meet them on that, for either tutorials or lab work. So there must be a deliberate effort if we want to become research intensive to see how we bring down those numbers. And as an old university, if we have 107 doing PhD program, I think University of Benin must distinguish itself from those 107 by becoming much more research intensive. So in conclusion, without research, we will have no development in this issue, whether we like it or not. We have found that what happened in the 70s and 80s was that most of our early professors, we appreciate them, they are trained abroad, so they came back, we are teaching, and the facilities for some were not there. So most of the problems they were trying to solve were not at the initial time homegrown. It was later the focus changed to homegrown problems. But by the time the focus was changing to homegrown problems, we are beginning just to do, the university system, I must publish or I perish. The impact of the work and all that, we are not common knowledge. But now we know that it is the impact of the work, of the research work, that actually makes us to distinguish ourselves. And that whether we like it or not, it is that impact in whatever things we are that will put money in our pockets. And if we want this nation to develop and to grow, then our innovative ideas must improve so that we can build Nigeria to be a strong nation with a very strong economy. It is sad that I can say that maybe about half of our early career has disappeared since COVID. So in our university, it's more of an aging workforce. But we believe that the aging workforce, I don't know what the situation is there, but we believe that the aging workforce are staying behind, not because they don't have the means to go, but because of their commitment over the years. And so what we do with them is to tell them to please, since they have decided to stay back, and I'm appealing to those of us here to please put on our innovative cap. Things are tough, but let us do our bit as we are committed to this mission to build a better economy. I'm sure with our research, we'll be able to take our nation to another level of success. And with what I saw when we went around, some of the products, I'm sure we're on that path. We just need to double up a bit, and I'm sure we'll get there. Thank you very much for listening.
Another round of applause for Professor Olga. I think some people will have questions. So if you have questions, if you have questions, can you drop it so that will come to you.
Because for us, at least in the Nigerian system, or even in our class, we find that the students, they are the engine room of Islamic University. Because you and I, we are sending one university or the other. We are sending whether appointment or community or community. So you are taking. Whereas the guy doing a graduate study is full time. I know when I was doing my PhD, there was a day my advisor asked me whether I come and see maybe let's say 10 o'clock or something. He was now saying whether it was convenient for me. I was just laughing. Because if you asked me to come join me, I said, okay, yeah, I was not even married and I was doing the PhD full time. What was my skills? But it's not the same thing for somebody who's a lecturer, you have to teach students and whether you have a lesson or have your PhD. Not just for who is not lecturer, who is the assistant, who is the acting of the department. So you are so busy. So the graduate students are taking room. And that's why a place like the university is quite different from high school. Because they are doing research, they don't have students. And when I look at my CV now, you see that there's quite a number of PhD students that I survived. We have one or two papers together. So it's win-win. But now in our own time, we find out that just like you mentioned, but it's not really like people to PhD students to be doing this work out of pocket. The difference is, so most of the postgraduate students, whether masters or PhD, they are working full time. They are not trying to do PhD full time. They have family commitment. So, like you said, it takes a very long time. I mean, because in many years we try to look at this in the US, we find out that from the average, it takes about 7 years for people to complete their PhD. For doctors to say that they are working, they are studying, everything. And like now, the time I was in Victoria, so maybe I now ran into one of our colleagues. I didn't realize that it was the Ambassador of Victoria. I now asked him that I think what is the problem? When I look at the number of PhDs that is produced at the University of Victoria, it compares favorably with that of the University of Benin. When you look at their research output, it far outstrips our own. So I asked him what was the trick. Just like one of your sites, you mentioned postdoc. It's postdoc. And because the University of Johannesburg, last year they advertised, if I say any discipline, if I do it for some, I had it on my book for a long time. So imagine University of Victoria having a 250 postdoc. You can spend, some of them can stay up to 5 years. 40%. So you are doing only research, you are not teaching, and when you publish, it's going to be added to the national school of that. But I don't think, I mean, if you are able to do that, they try to experiment with it. Obviously, the major problem is what you mentioned, funding. So if I not say, if you don't have the luxury of engaging somebody who has been in chemistry department and trying to come to the for the next 4 years, you are paying you maybe salary of the lecturer, but you don't teach. It's not possible in our own time. Maybe they supported 2 candidates or so, and that was, it was so productive. And said, somebody is the big elephant in the room. The department of education has been academic staff. Now somebody will speak, you take what you teach. It's not possible. I don't think any other department of think we allow that. I know, so if we, like, if we don't have a good lot of postgraduate students, it would be nice to support them fully and to give them a grant that enough money to feed and advise. But most of them, they have to squeeze, I mean, their parents are sponsoring them, and they have to continue research. And if I can't, they have to have students, they send their family to development to elaborate in the Canada. Not so much. So it's really a problem. I think it's also good for platforms to look into this. Because at times, there's somebody to, even the cost of the flight ticket is more like not as well as somebody here, in United or United or everybody. That is the truth. Ordering flight ticket, not talk of the cost of execution here. And when the guy comes back here, there won't be power, there won't be anything to do. So it's because it's so expensive. There was no time, because most of it has one of our colleagues that was in his PhD, maybe she's and this bill, we spent almost 100 million naira. Yes, on it, on one person. That's why I mean, pay this level, that pay here. Even if you pay the 300,000 naira a month. You know, so we have to, it was really bad. The money we have spent on 1% here, we have paid even almost what is now the money we have. So the money is a problem, but what is the optimum way we can do about it? Because if a student, I mean, a freelance guy who has done his PhD or FSC, I mean, interested in PhD, I think to give him like 200,000 naira a month as his stipend, it's likely to stay. They will stay, and they do a PhD in 3 years, 4 years. And then, like in UK, when I did my MSc, I would have been able to continue to do a PhD. That's because I got the University Development Award, managed by the University of Vice Chancellor. So I was not paying tuition fees as a British citizen. So, you know, so the job is different. So that's what the students in my university is balance. So things like that was an incentive for me to do my PhD. Because I can't bring students from the Ghana, from the other West African countries. We have those kind of incentives. So I think funding is very critical. And I think someone mentioned there are two things that, because I know that if somebody has just done the NYC and wants to come and do the MSc, well established, rather than going to Togo and all those countries. If we say, if you pay 50,000 naira a month, how much is that in a year? Maybe 3 million or so. So if you find that just for 50 million, it's not good. How much is like 10,000 in the UK? Or even South Africa? You know, so I think you have to do efforts. And then can you buy a computer which will then remain in the department? And I mean, just to compliment the one who are doing. And I mean, have the social people that for people to do their social things.
Thank you. Thank you very much, the Professor. Actually, that one has been looking into this issues, and we're very much worried because I've just sent a message to the Director of Technical Staff that the exchange rate today is 1,534. That's the official exchange. Which means that all the scholars that we have sent up to last year, they are already standing scholars. Because it means we have to pay more. Just a few months ago, in fact, last week Thursday, we had a college meeting. And we found that within 1 month, we were able to pay additional 3 billion naira to scholars who otherwise would have been stranded. And now they are still writing. Now, getting more and more and more and more. Now, our suggestion at the stakeholders meeting, and the stakeholders comprise of mainly the heads of the institutions and the unions. We propose suspension of foreign scholarship. Of course, our friends also do not want it. They always want that window available for whatever reason. I agree with them. Because largely universities, for them to be universal, you need that interaction, if you like, and then people coming with different cultures and subcultures of different institutions. However, the situation on the ground now is that it's not even feasible to send anyone anywhere. It's extremely tough. I was telling my friends, and I have 2 children in Turkey. At the time they went, I was paying 15 million per annum, naira. Now I'm supposed to pay about 87 million. The problem is whether they should come back or they should stay. If anyone is a problem. That is for me as an individual. I'm only lucky that their elder brother is in the US and they're struggling to pay for them. Otherwise, if it was me, if I had tell people that this 87 million, better I bring them back home and teach them to do something with the money and their own business. They're going to do a degree, and when they come back, they're not sure where to go. Now coming back to this issue of TechCom, we have long realized that we better train from within. We have the intellectual assets. All these universities, Benin, just see what they have been able to do right now. Go to Ibadan, go to Zaria, go to Suka, go to Ife, go to even some of the upcoming universities. They are doing quite far better. So many of the universities that we send our scholars to go abroad, whether in Ghana or Cameroon. I think someone going to one university in Mamba, that's in Cameroon. And I asked him, why do you really want to go? They're just looking for a cheaper degree. I'm sorry, at the risk of belittling some institutions, but we're just seeing what's happening in Togo. Oh, sorry, in Benin. Now, that one came out with an intervention line, sir. We now have about 3 billion in our kit. And the committee is working out on how to support the universities within Nigeria. This 3 billion is meant for supervisors that are able to graduate their students on time, so that they are given additional incentives, so that TechCom scholars will be able to graduate, irrespective of ASU strike or no ASU strike. The main problem is many of us fear going to Nigerian university because of the long time it takes to graduate. And I had that experience personally. In 2001, I got admission to 2 universities, University of Jos and Suka, for my PhD in education. And the first, I went to the University of Jos. I saw my supervisor who introduced me to faculty members, and they told me welcome to the club. I didn't understand what it meant. But then the head of the department asked me whether I knew and understood what they meant. I said no. So what they meant by welcome to the club is you are likely to spend 9-10 years here so that you can be a club member. That is actually very frightening. I was lucky, just a few months later I got Commonwealth scholarship. I did it out of the country, finished my PhD 2.5 years at Yamba. So, but that's also one of the problems. So we're trying to create that, intervention line where we incentivize supervisors so that they know that if a TechCom scholar, we are able to help these students graduate without, of course, the other way around. You get at least 500,000 to 1 million as incentive. So we are doing that. Secondly, I also mentioned the issue of establishment of this laboratory, world-class laboratory labs, regional labs. I expect we are starting with 4. It costed them about 46 billion right now. And we have started. The idea is that some of those research require state-of-the-art equipment and labs that otherwise they will have to still send their samples to maybe US, UK, South Africa, and so on and so forth. And we will also know that in the long run, it has a lot of implications. Some of your data, safety of your data, integrity of your data, time it takes, and so on and so forth. So we are actually working on this one. Thirdly, we are now setting aside money also to create direct linkage between industry and researchers. We feel that one will also create more money for postgraduate supervision and for students, for postgraduate students, to go to the industries and have that first-hand industry experience. And there's going to be a kind of, there will be like our boundary span between the industry and the university. So TETCON is doing quite a lot, but I assure you it's not enough. We know it's not enough. But it's discouraging universities from setting, in fact, it's not even feasible. Because someone is just telling me they are allocating this year for 1.5 million for university. So even if you have sent one student to UK, that amount is not enough as it stands today. So it's not even feasible. So our scholars, especially masters and PhD students, should start to look inward. And that's why I very much appreciate this presentation. I'll be more than happy to go with this presentation. And I assure you, most of these recommendations we are going to implement them. That's why I'm here. Ordinarily, I would have gone back. People like the former VC, when they are talking from experience. They have to learn from those experiences and then see how we can implement it. I also want to add that we are increasing the TETCON allocation, grant for local PhD. We are increasing it now from 4.5 to around 9 million. That will encourage us to stay, because so many also want to go out because of it. Small amount of money that you would otherwise save. So with 9 million here, we are going to spend 3 years, an average of 3 million per annum, and really it's not going to be too bad. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that very enlightening presentation. Much of the things I would have said have been done by the two persons who spoke before. But I have a thought I want to share. Talking about growing your system and what you have, I wonder why the university still have so much weight to journals outside in terms of promotion and development. Is it that we don't have the confidence in our people to objectively review work, which we build up over time? Because we keep being slaves, as far as I'm concerned, to journals that are established. I'm coming on. It appears like no area. We have a small journal in our faculty which has grown to an extent that is being supported by TETCON right now. And the caliber of people that are publishing is encouraging. We have articles coming from outside the country right now. Initially, when it was just 001, nobody from Ibadan would ask any question. It's like a no-no. Now that we have reached the volume 8 or 7, you start seeing articles coming from Ibadan and areas like that. It becomes an issue. Why can't we kickstart? We have FAS in the country whose articles are domiciled elsewhere. You have FAS who articles are domiciled elsewhere. We have people coming to take our data. We have so much disease conditions that the genetics of the diseases must be studied here. They ask for our slides, they ask for our blogs to look at diseases, and they go out. Why can't the university, the body of professors, make it possible to start something that in the next 40 years, because if we continue to go, in the next 40 years, we'll see here I'm talking about the Q1, Q2, and Q3, none of them will be in Nigeria. It's just my thinking. Thank you.
During my time in the university, that was for 5 years in the Faculty of Engineering. I hope that the experience I'm going to share is going to touch other students who are here. So you spoke about how graduate students, as PhD students and master's students should be involved in research. I think one way that the system is lagging is area of undergraduate research. So students get to encounter research firsthand, usually during their final year projects. And I think that we can improve in that area. So in the first 4 years of a student stay in school, personally for me, I didn't encounter research, not until I was almost done. And I think it can be made better. So I will say that when lecturers, professors, and doctors come to teach students in class, instead of the conventional subject they have to teach, they should also talk about their work, the things that they are working on. Some students may be interested, and those students could meet them during office hours and tell them they want to work with them. That professor can then pay that student from his PhD student or his master's student. That undergraduate student who is interested in research and start building into a course from my stage. Thank you very much.
For that very, very sound contribution. Last one, which is a very, very contribution towards involving undergraduates in research, right from the very beginning of their study. Even if not their year 1, year 2, year 3, begin to involve them in research. And the very way to do this is also the university making their students very much engaged with their entrepreneurship division. Because we have done that with our entrepreneurial unit in the University of Lagos, and it has really paid. For engineering students, it has paid to the point that in the past 3 years, at the faculty level, their final year projects, they pick the best 5 in each department. I think there are about 8 or 10 departments. And they go to entrepreneurship units and they pitch these projects to investors, to people around. And some have been able to get some money for scaling up, for starting up. And so because along the line, during the course of your study, everybody goes through our entrepreneurship unit to know that whatever faculty you belong to, you can be an entrepreneur. So we have what we call power. So whether you are in science, whether you are in medicine, you are exposed to it. And for some of them, from that time, they get involved also with the occupation boards that we have on campus. And you find that a lot of them, especially not only engineering students, even some that are not in engineering or computer science, you have them coming out with ideas of a lot of apps. Some of them are full-blown. Some of them are startups being monitored from CY and outside. Some of them are involved with automobile assembly plants. Assembly decided to have one of his plants within the campus. And so we find engineering students, architecture students, even finance students going there to so it's a very regarding what I said was to give you good success from journal, which is what I said, We need to be consistent. We are not consistent. It fizzles out already. So our consistency depends on what we set out at the beginning of the journal. We did 1 volume a year. How many articles inside we did 2, and then if it's 2, what more do we expect? Can we go to the line? Second is sponsoring that. The sustainability of that as you go along, you are now going to relate with who. But what type of society is where a family or a country, especially a country, would have 2 journals to be on the country. We don't go anywhere. And you find that those behind it at the time they are living in the university, such a journal just rise. And that is not what we need. We need something that is sustainable. Secondly, our journals, if we continue in the way you are going with yours, we eventually reach the quarter 4, or quarter 4 is equal to 3. But if it's not sustainable, maybe after 2 or 3 years, one volume doesn't come out, and next year something doesn't come out, you find that it loses that traction we have been building up and it goes down. And then in evaluating for us in our universities, we don't concentrate on foreign journals. We are going for associate professors, we only need 3 articles in foreign journals out of the total of 18. So what that means is that once you have 3, so if you have 7 at that level, once you have 3 in foreign journals, we are good to go. For professorship, a maximum of 6. I mean, a minimum of 6. Once you have 6, you are good to go. So whether you have 100 papers, once you have 6 international, and international starts from Ghana. International is not UK US. It is Ghana, it is South Africa, it is international. That's how we build it in our own university. Because the emphasis is that your work is not appreciated locally. And that's why we encourage publish in local journals that have reputation. Because invariably you publish in local journals that does not have that reputation, you will not be cited. So if I go to your Google Scholar page, I won't see anything. So you will be a professor with maybe index of 1, index of 4. They exist. No, I'm not making fun of anybody. I'm not trying to tell you what happens. And what in our process, we also do interview after assessment. And then assessment, when it goes out, we give it to 3 assessors, the best of 2. Only one of the assessors is international. The other 2 are within Nigeria. That is our process in the university. And then we come to our interview. At the interview stage is when we begin to look at things like citation index and others. And we begin to tell you you are not the same. So people work towards publishing is one. There are a number of people, a lot of people. It's also by second who have a passion. There are some of them that also having a passion for them. So we need just to work hard. We are not, you will search, we will find them. And once they begin to have passion and that kind of traction online, then that is they are ready to go places. And
It's a virtual presentation. Before Dr. Kola comes in, just to say that he is the Special Assistant Animal Agriculture, Innovation and Nutrition Security to the Honorable Minister of Agriculture and Food Safety, Abuja. So just wait while he shares his slides.
Yeah. No, can you hear me? No, can you hear me? So can you hear me?
So while we're waiting, let's take note that the oral presentations will take place tomorrow.
I'm muted from here.
Your program,
Maybe it's the microphone.
for different faculties, as well to find your venue and start exactly 9 a.m. tonight.
That's what I'm saying. I've unmuted myself. Yes. So it's going to be on your side because
You can hear him from here, so I think it's from your side.
okay, so I can hear you clearly too. No, I can hear.
Okay. No. I am speaking, doctor. I'm speaking from the meeting. We can hear doctor, but the organizers.
So can you hear me? Can you hear me clearly? Can you hear? Can you hear? Can you hear? Can you hear? Can hear you? Can you hear? 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 Hello? Hello. Hello. No, I've unmuted. So hello, can you hear me now? So hello, hear me now? So hello, so hello, so hello.
Within the
yes,
the
can you hear me?
interference
Yes, can you hear me?
from the city of Isaso is speaking to his microphone at the same time. The system is open into the Zoom. He needs to close the system and maybe try to get it.
Yes. Clearly, I mean. Shit.
Yes.
All right. Thank you so much, and good afternoon, everybody. It's my pleasure to be here today, and let me sincerely appreciate the organizer of the 4th University of Benin Annual Research Day. With the theme Research for Sustainable Development, actually that's aligned specifically with the new goal of what we do at KSD, and I think the case study of food and nutrition security is perfect because of my new role at the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security. Permit me to sincerely appreciate the organizer once again. I've been to Benin as a and the approval of the Vice Chancellor to get me invited, Professor Lilian, thank you so much. And that of Professor Ogankole, the Director of Research, who has been persistent in making sure that at least we discuss this topic. Well, I have I know I have 40 minutes or thereabout to speak. I will try as much as possible to make sense out of that time. And at the same time, make sure that at least we speak to the topic we have today, which is essentially around the citizens' research as a catalyst for sustainable RDI commercialization. We are going to be having a case study on the food and nutrition security in Nigeria, where actually I play a role as a special assistant to the Honorable Minister on animal agriculture, innovation systems, and nutrition security. It's my pleasure to speak with everybody today. And I hope it's going to be a fulfilling experience altogether. And I can say that my apologies again for not being here in person, but I have a conversation with Professor Ogankole that I'll definitely make it up. It's because of the emergency that was declared by the President, and we have been made not to actually move out of town because we have a very big issue. National economy, particularly as it relates to food and nutrition inflation in the country. So the minister can move, and when it does not move, the majority of us can move. So we have the instruction of the minister not to travel until when we actually clear some of the issues. So my apologies not being here. Having said that, I think I need to move quickly to what I need to discuss today, and I hope it's going to make some sense because I will be talking from the upstream sector of the R&D, and not the downstream sector and the midstream sector, where the majority of the practitioners that I'm going to speak to today, including the faculty members and researchers at the University of Benin, where they play. So, again, I'm going to be looking at taking some issue on background and talk about give some introduction, then prepare a conceptual framework for what citizens research is all about. Then I guess there's a catalyst of citizens research because I think for some years now I've tried as much as possible to talk about this and bring what are the catalysts, what are we trying to do around what we are talking about. And I guess the intervention, which is essentially a pan-African organization that was launched September 2023. And I'll go through what we are doing around the nutrition and food security, and make some recommendation and call us to some actions almost immediately. Let me go by the way of background, and I know I'm not going to be repetitive if I say that my Dean University system is actually established to make an impact. And know what kind of impact? Again, if you look at the name of the social enterprise I just mentioned, right, SD means Research for Impact, Heritage Economy, and Sustainable Development. So what are we doing differently? Our target is the knowledge economy, whereby we actually convert a lot of the intangibles that we have in our university system and make them to be part of the wealth creation aggregate for our economy. So that is something again, and I think by the time we go through this together, you're going to understand. So what we know for sure, and historically and traditionally, and even currently, is that our university system is supposed to be for three major things across the world. It's not only in Nigeria. First and foremost is teaching for learning. And again, when you look at teaching for learning, essentially it is an implied teaching and a facilitative teaching, and what we call like a phenomenal learning. That's the model that was being used in Finland from primary school, and you can see that it is participatory in school, and it's different from what we're actually doing on the Pan-African
Africa basis, not only in Nigeria, which is essentially teaching and learning. So by saying teaching and learning is essentially for us, our understanding is that a silo has been created and been issued. So yes, it could be like it's an addition of one, but actually the purpose for every teaching should be for learning. But when you are teaching and then you see that the outcome of those teaching in our university system is not leading to the learning in the student, then we know to actually check. There are some fundamental differentials that has come into play that we might not be taking care of. And essentially, again, the higher institutions, particularly the leaders of research, and today, any institution that is talking about research without innovation for development is actually moving with one leg as against the two legs. So, and again, what we have noticed is that with people of R&D, that is research and development, I think contextually, yes, that is correct, but functionally, that is not the aim thing across the world. So R&D must be for development. It's deliberate that we are changing from R&D to R4D. Reason being the fact that it must be intentional that whatever we are doing in the research and innovation must lead to development. So and the third leg of any higher institutions that is ideal and set out to make impact is community development. And that is where I can say we rate our universities over here a bit not very competitive, because university cities are created in the US, in Europe, because development must be taken to that area. So where we do our own community development in our academic or professional communities, where we do publications, and those publications are actually centered on promotion. And the research, the paradigm shift, and essentially is going to be changing the thinking around what the way we do things and the background. As it entails, we look facilitation of a community engagement for the first time. Can we look at our whatever we define as our community, where we are based, and we actually have an engagement to co-create research questions that the universities and the researchers must be looking at. After all, we are part of the communities anyway. So I'm going to look at scaling impact as a catchment area. Any university that is not actually doing that now is actually just living in that catchment area. Let me put it as is existing in that catchment area of money. So universities across the world in this age of 21st century are actually looking at enterprise in the state. So what is going to be the benefit of in Edo State? How many enterprises, how many spin-offs do we have that are actually in Edo State that have come from Unilever? And ultimately, we're actually going to be looking at a combination of our universities that they are actually industrializing our nation. So any university that has no impact footprint in its community has not justified the purpose of its establishment. That is my personal statement, and I believe that is the real thing now in the 21st century. By way of introduction, I'm going to be speaking about research, development and innovation and the role they actually play, and essentially you are looking at economic growth and how is that being done across the world, and how is the citizen engagement emerging as a powerful catalyst to get that one done. One, we're actually going to be looking at democratizing RDI. So what that all means is that for us to solve a particular problem in this particular generation, we need to enlist what are the interests of the community, so that at least when we are actually coming out with the solution from our laboratories and workshops, or wherever we are doing the research or from the field, it's going to be fit for purpose. I'm going to speak to that later. So we need to co-create solution, and at the same time we need to crowdsource RDI questions. So part of what we are looking at our my new organization is to actually have a catalog of research questions that we actually assist us in building our community, and at the same time bringing knowledge into action at our community. That is, we want a situation whereby the pain point of the people form the basis for us to design research. And I think that is going to make sure that at least people that are in the community feel the impact of this institutions, particularly the university. And some of us, our research become more relevant, as the case may be. Looking at the conceptual framework of statistics research, and how does it actually
engage with sustainable idea commercialization. So, for example, some of the framework that we need to look at is community profiling. Where do we find ourselves as an institution? What are the problems in that community? Can we quickly conduct some baseline survey on some specific subject that we think is of priority or need among the needs of our people? Can we create a situation whereby we have an engagement to co-create some of the problem, and particularly the hypotheses we want to test in our research? Can we put all of this together and come up with a priority? Because the university has many faculties, many departments, many experts. In fact, across the world, we know that where the knowledge, innovation, and work are being created passively using the knowledge economy is in the university system. So, with everything that we have in the university system, there shouldn't be any university that will actually be poor in any way if we are able to activate the knowledge enterprise component of what we need to be doing. Indigenous knowledge leverages become so important, and we need to actually work with people to co-create the methodologies, not just copy and paste methodology. We believe because we need to publish, and then some methodologies are not fit for purpose in our environment. We still copy and paste it and then just run with it because our target is different from that of impact. Anyway, we will actually look at impact theoretically as the number of citations, but I think in the future we're actually going to be, in fact, from the present, we're actually going to be measuring impact about how many lives were touched by what we are able to do in our laboratory. So that creates a sense of ownership when we engage people, and innovative community based resourcing, because resourcing our research is becoming difficult. The value of money, when we were at that funding was 8.5 billion that is going to R&D, now has come to 5 billion, and when you look at the number of naira and disaggregate that by dollar, you can see that we have actually come back to less than 50% of what TETFON was actually funding as at 2021. I think by the value of money and what we need to do, because the benchmark cannot really change it, just a case study. But what that one means is that even if we want to get to where we were in 2021, that particular funding for the R&D department, for example, in TETFON, has to be doubled by now, if not tripled. So, if we are actually having issue of resources, particularly funding, we will actually leverage on innovative community-based resourcing models and then look at sustainable projects that we can do together. So, how do we now make sure that all this work after the citizen engagement is converted into what we will actually have value, particularly commercial value, around, and it's going to be on a sustainable basis. So, we need to actually take these tools. How do we actually look at problem, solution, fix? So then maybe that becomes important. Then we need to understand that for any research we are doing, either in science, art, or in commercial, a business case and model should actually be thought through that, so that at the end of the day it will actually become something that will be meaningful and create wealth in the future. When we have done that, the next thing is for us to look at the solution market fit. When you have a solution, does the market want a solution? So in the conceptualization of our research topic, that becomes very important, and we need to actually build some traction model to work around figures and data that can support whatever we are assuming at ideation to say this actually can hit the market. Moving forward, you need to actually look at your product or prototype or whatever you have created and see that it actually fits for customers. And on that basis, you need to actually create a unique value. So all of this, we are talking about business and commercialization, which is correct. But today, we have actually brought experimentations into what the market needs and how are we actually going to take some of these products to. So here is where science meets business. And that was actually the essence and the fundamentals of the organization or the platform I actually have started convening. And I think as at the last count, we have about 26 sessions. The first one I did 2015 to 2021 was business to business, which was actually modeling how we can disaggregate the MBA models of international business school and make sure that we domesticate it, and the people that are having businesses without going to the business school can interact and understand what it's all about. Moving forward, and from the need that was actually seen when I was in TED Fund, dealing with the R&D matters. I saw the need for us to actually take science, technology, and innovation and create a bridge between it and businesses. So that's why we have S2B. So what we focus on is on experimentation, using science to understand business and using business to run science. And at the same time, we believe that validation tests are being conducted, because if you don't do that now, you cannot have an MVP. So that's why you have a lot of prototypes. People are going to stop as a researcher prototype. No business person will pick up a prototype from you, because all what you need to prove is that you need to carry out a validation test and have a minimum viable product that can have the first customer. If you are able to do that successfully, then you're actually going to be talking about creating a venture. Venture development is another game entirely, and for us, for you to actually take knowledge products, research outcomes, you need to create what we call a digital global digital marketplace, which is going to be special for that. So what are we doing in all of this? I'm not being a theorist. That was what led to the birth of what we call the RIKE-SD. RIKE-SD is research for impact, knowledge, economy, and sustainable development. And as a catalyst, an organization that is not for profit. And it's a research as a service organization, and has its legitimacy in Nigeria and is pan-African in scope. Our models go beyond triple helix anyway, because we have actually saw the efficiency of triple helix. So whenever we are discussing, we say government, academia, and industry. So we are looking to be funded. So that's why many design we have in Nigeria for projects, it is after the design of that project we start thinking about the funding. So that is changing in our own model, based on the clear understanding of what we need to do. And finally, we are actually looking at the MVPs as our communities before we start designing any project. So that is where the Pentagonal Nexus is a bit original, and I can say for sure that we are the first across the world to actually come up with this particular expanded model or an advanced model of triple helix. People have triple helix, and we are glad to actually have that. And what are we doing differently as an organization in making sure that we change the paradigm? So the first thing is that we are looking at academia industry mobility programs. So that particular program is codename it AIM. We have Skill Upgrade, which is essentially upskilling and reskilling with innovation at the center. And then we look at circularity, which is essentially for us to build circular hotspots across the country and across our region. And then we're looking at providing opportunity for people, professors and researchers to incubate and accelerate their research outcomes so that they can actually create a venture. And then we are modeling for the first time on the continent again, the research marketplace, so that people can know exactly what we are talking about. On the issue of academia and industry mobility program, so this is essentially an innovation that makes sure to, for the first time, actively take people that can move, are ready to move between academia and industry in a bi-directional flow, so that we can actually start having sustainable societal impact. And what is that one doing for us? And what is our interest in that? Structurally, we actually want a cooperation between the town and land, and at the same time, we want a cross-sectoral scale interchange. And a situation whereby a particular faculty member moves to an industry, for example, from University of Benin, an industry in Benin, or a company in Benin that is actually looking for some expertise that are sitting down at the University of Benin. So can we, as a bridge builder, facilitate that, and so that when they can speak to themselves, it opens a window for that faculty for that faculty member or lecturer, after doing whatever it needs to do with that industry and creating that relationship, it will actually lead him to have the opportunity of even sending his research students to that, and it will actually produce specifically the need, specifically produce human capital need of that particular industry. So it's a win-win situation, because we believe the funding in the industry and the competitiveness in the market makes them to go for the end and for the high-end equipment. Some of these that are not of commercial, that are of commercial value cannot easily fund in the university. Can we leverage on that? And then on the long run, or in the medium to short term, we are looking at a developing right mobility fund, which we can use to accelerate this and make sure that this will facilitate it at RIKE SD. And essentially, that will promote, at the end of the day, the graduate employability rate of the country on the continent, and we actually start directly exporting talent, not released to Japan by force by fire. We could be deliberate about it, because when you get to countries like Finland today, you could talk about educational exports. It is deliberate. Government can not from it, and people are actually looking at them, and that's why they are forced when it comes to education across the world. And we are not stopping now, that's going to be on the side of graduate. But another core benefit is for the lecturers, for the faculty members to actually have an official side hustle that can be supported by the university system through creation of a knowledge enterprise. So when you look at what we are doing around skill on it, essentially we are actually bringing in this particular program, not for only upskilling and reskilling, but we want a situation whereby people are actually able to unlearn and remain. But our focus in this is to look at every aspect of the research we are doing and see the application of specific technology of the future that can support the future of work. We are deliberate about any capacity building that will be fit for purpose in the next 5 to 10 years. If you do a training today, we believe it's an investment. So that investment must be relevant, must be useful for you if it actually has real value. There are a couple of things that we can do, and there is no way or any aspect of our work, including artwork. For example, when you look at natural language processing, it's an artwork, and we are using ICT's machine learning to actually speak different languages and converting languages to other languages. So it's not about all sciences. We are talking about citizens research. Not all citizens are actually looking for science. Not many of the problems in our community are scientific in orientation. So some of them are actually so we look at some specific areas that we think it will actually support any aspect, project management, blockchain technology, and we might think all these are actually very far away. They are already here with us. Big data, for example, one of the greatest challenges Nigeria has anywhere now as of today on the issue of data. But I want to believe that some of my own experience in other countries, particularly in the US, are that some of the big data infrastructure are actually based in the universities. That is for national government, and these are unknown to many people, including many Americans, that does not know that some of these things are actually at the basement of many of the universities, capturing data from the country. This is what I think the University of Benin and all other people that are actually attending this session today should take home, and they will actually be deliberate on this. And in doing this, what are we going to be taking out of it? We are actually going to have expert aggregation. We need to work across our faculties, art, business, science, and co-create a project whereby students that we are doing, they're actually doing their postgraduate studies can touch 3, 4, 5 faculties, and at the same time is working across so that it actually become a complete human being that is fit for purpose in the 21st century. We need to create project-based learning, grassroots skill development, which is essentially what we are talking about, citizens research. We need to have skill education workshop, and we need to see how we can make sure that we work together in building the human capital for the future of decent jobs. That is in line with the SDG, and I think that is critical to the theme of this year. The third thing I'll be talking about is Pan-African Circular Hotspot. In all what we are talking about, green transition is very important. People see that the whole world is talking about climate change. Beyond the climate change, and within the climate change, we need to be talking about anti-waste. That is where the circularity comes in. All our operations in public space, in private place, in companies, including our machineries, workshops, laboratories, are designed in it. So the linearity is wasting. I mean, it's a form of wastage in the new world of circular economy. So what we are talking about at RIKE, working with our global partners, actually to look at universities, looking at their operations, looking at research proposals, and at the same time trying to convert the linearity component into circular. The circular economy is an economy that involves you to recycle and design, make use, reduce, and renew, and nothing is being wasted. So one of our bespoke projects that is looking at is to have plastic-free African campuses. I'm aware that there's project similar to that as at the University of Benin premises, I think supported by the Coca-Cola and some other partners. And I want to believe that we are looking at another model to make sure that we have plastic-free African campuses, not only in Nigeria. So we are deliberate and we are seeking, working with our partners. So we are thinking and we are actually working on making sure that we have model in about 7 or 6 campuses in 2024 to 2025 across Nigeria. And when the technology and the model is successful, we are actually going to be taking it to other African countries. What do we need to do? We want to actually incorporate the habits of waste separation and the collection, aggregation, and at the same time processing into value-added products on the campus. So we are creating work for the university, we are creating work on the university's campus, and we are changing the mindset of the students. I mean, you just can't believe that when you are in Nigeria, on Nigerian soil, you feel like you actually do anything anywhere. Why is it that when you step out of Nigeria, we are actually at the airport of other countries? When you take your sweets, you don't want to drop the paper. Nobody has spoken to you anyway. But the environment is telling. That's the kind of mindset we want to create for the graduate of the future. Yes, some of us might have missed it, and that is why we behave the way we behave now. But we don't believe that's going to be a sustainable way of living going into the future. So circularity is key, climate mitigation and adaptation is key, and that comes under our circular hotspot. We believe some universities across the country will host this, and we're actually going to take it across Africa. Can we move on quickly to the issue of knowledge enterprise incubation and accelerator program? That program actually is looking at policy into MVP, which is minimum viable product, and the ventures. You can see that as a professor, as a researcher, as a doctor, and they try as much as possible to look at some of the best publications that you have and have weight orientation or have an ability to actually be catalyzed to become a startup, a spin-off, and you are going to be working on that digitally on our platform that we talk here and be able to take it from ideation and launch your project, capitalize it and scale. So this particular program will run for about 9 months, and you can actually take your idea from zero and take it into becoming a venture owner as a professor. This is a legal side hustle that all other colleagues of yours are actually doing across the world. And that is our intervention. We want to be deliberate about co-creating or billionaire researchers. And at the end of this year, we are deliberate to say we want to have research celebrities across Africa. It is not only about music, we have the most fantastic researchers. It's only the environment that are not right. And the equipment might not be there. That's why it's many of them living the show of the country. But again, this is something that we want to refine and at the same time reverse by making sure that you could actually be incubating your project for you to have a venture in Nigeria in any part of the world. That is why it's going to be run digitally, and intermittently you're actually going to be having different categories of mentors that speaks to you on the business case, and you take your idea from the ideation stage. You could actually have your model, business model, venture model, revenue model, and accelerate that and get into a stage that you can experiment in the market, take it further for incubation of the venture itself, support you to actually launch your venture while you are still actually active in teaching and research, and by doing so you are already contributing to the community development and the economic growth of the country. And the next thing is for you to actually be looking at what has worked and has become a business, is already generating revenue by capitalizing. When you go into the capitalization, that's another ballgame. Are you looking at an angel investment? Are you looking at a venture capital? Are you looking at development financing? When are you mature to actually access commercial financing? So commercial financing that people start with in Nigeria, you see how many steps I've mentioned. Actually, you need to start by bootstrapping, which is essentially just looking inward and see what you can commit. But people jump about 3 stages and just go into commercial financing, and that's why many of the businesses are guys that are before arrival. That is DOA, debt on arrival or even before arrival. Why? is not mature for commercial finance, and you have not actually see what you need to do. So for you to even do all of this, it actually requires a new way of thinking, a system thinking, a design thinking that will change our academia and people in the academy, in the academia space generally, from the category the society have actually put them, that they actually living on salaries alone, which unfortunately, when you look at it today, a professor in the university, maximum in Nigeria is on like 500K, and then if you look at the value of that in dollars, maybe around $300. That is abysmally insulting. So we're actually looking at how do we work with institutions and create pathways that will make them to actually feel fulfilled, and they see that what they have been researching over the year can actually create growth for them in the future. Forget about any amount you have in any pension, and by the time you do the evaluation of what you have in pension today in dollar terms, I think you are actually going to this right. If it is something that you need to wait for and be living on in the future. So if you have done all of this for, we are not talking about just being theoretical about them. So when you have created venture, you have products, where do you take it to? RIPE is actually developing the first Pan-African marketplace for knowledge enterprise and knowledge products. So we are determined about that, and we are committed about launching that. Actually, the program has been launched, and the platform should be ready by Q2 of this year. And whatever you have in terms of the research product and the research outcomes that you think somebody will be interested in can actually be advertised and placed on our platform, and every other person across Africa can actually see it and across the world. That's why it's going to be digital. The same thing for people from other African countries. Some of the things that I think are not very important to us here are important in some other economies. And it is insane then that you give opportunity. I come to think of it, you could have an item that is being sold at just $1, and then if you give it a global visibility, and you have just 1 million units being sold digitally, that's $1 million. I mean, you cannot have $1 million and be thinking that academia, being an academia or a researcher is not going to be sweet. You don't need to leave your work to actually get that $1. What we are saying is that as at now, we cannot force our institution to play in the upstream, midstream, and downstream of research. And we do not force that fund, for example, being one of the leading sponsors or grant organization for our research to actually sponsor everything across the value chain of research. That is why complementary services from organizations that understand what has to be done should be unleashed on our economy so that we can pay some complementary services. Again, our interest is to pioneer the Pan-African knowledge economic marketplace, where knowledge enterprise, where actually thrive and we actually trade in knowledge products. As we move into the future, we are poised and positioned to develop what we call the RIPE Knowledge Stock Exchange. Permit me to quickly stop by and look at food and nutrition and say what we have been talking about. How do we just get it done in the space of food and nutrition as a case study? So we are not binding the citizens' participation. That's where we are. Yes, we have the security issues. We have issues of people that are holding. We have a lot of challenges. But the minimum that anybody can do to actually change the status of our food situation system in Nigeria is to actually enhance productivity. And there's no way you want to enhance productivity as of today. If science, if research is not meeting up at the same pace with the agricultural development, I believe that is where we're actually missing it. So for University of Benin and all other institutions that are on this board, it's a crying call to actually go into the archive and let us see how we can actually build a sustainable food system, leveraging on citizen science, and at the same time indigenous knowledge that somewhere, some of us have validated some of them. For example, I was told, and not even been told, somebody told me, somebody informed me of what happened when you use some of the leaves we have in Nigeria that are available just as a common weed and have been identified for estrous synchronization. So, for example, in animal can actually catalyze reproduction, making sure that the animals come on it at the same time, just feeling that to the animal. And it is existing. So nobody's talking about this. And these are things that with science you can actually go into the genome, you can go into the genomic analysis of this particular plant and know what are the active ingredients and even know how we want to use it better in the pharmaceutical space. So citizens research will actually support us in the food system, for example, and the part of what is missing that we could not do what they know as government or as an institution is sustainable collection of data. We need to actually work with the communities in the wider scope, empower them to support us in collecting data. I'm not talking about what is theoretical. There's a particular arm of government of the United States that is looking at citizen science. And that is how they actually meet it up. So for us today, part of our take home is to know that when we are talking about food, generally speaking, in this part of the world and globally, we are looking at the quantity and the safety. Whatever is not safe, supposed not to be food anyway. Well, we eat everything in this part of the world. Part of what can take anybody to jail permanently in the developed world is for you to compromise food safety. So if human beings die because of that process, then we are in the serious soup. Company will be closed down, and you need to actually pay some damages that you might not be able to do. So when you look at food, you might be talking about quantity and safety, but what is important for us at this particular space where we play as of today is not only the food, but it's the nutrition. The nutrition is supposed to ordinarily be benchmarked by age, and at the same time, we need to actually have a national dietary register that supports the quality of food that is particularly marked to your age and your special condition. Milk is not milk. For example, you actually have 10-15 variety of milk that is very because of based on the percentage of protein and fat, and that is very required. You actually have 100% fat-free milk. And when we are looking at food security, I think we should be talking about food safety first, and then come back and say we can only be secured when we have a nutrition that is quality, and we will actually have it to our population. So state of the food and nutrition in the world, we can actually see that more importantly on this slide, a lot of people are actually undernourished across the world. So as you can see, and you see the slides of what happens in Africa. So we are not the worst. We have Asian, in terms of population, they are bigger than us. But when you look at the ratio, in terms of per capita, we will see that when it comes to severe hunger, you're going to feel it on the continent of Africa. It is estimated that hunger affected between 691 million and 783 million people in the world in 2022. And you will actually see that one of the parameters that SDG looks into, indicator 2.11, is looking at how do we measure the prevalence of undernourishment. We have a special case when it comes to that in Nigeria. And when you look at the food security and hunger map in Nigeria, I don't need to actually speak more about this. What is important for me to speak to is how many Nigerians are experiencing food insecurity. As of today, we are talking about 4 out of every 5, 80%. And the people are actually challenging. I'm talking about what global food security index stated clearly. So there's chronic type of food insecurity and there's acute. The acute one is not as much as the chronic. So by virtue of definition in simple terms, if at any point in time, in any day, you did not take your 3 square meal based on some involuntary actions, it is not voluntarily that you say I'm fasting, but because of any reason, you do not have your 3 square meal, it's a signal that you are food insecure. So it is not deliberate. People are actually going to say, no, I couldn't take the 3 meals because of XYZ. In other times where you have nutrition, security as a target, and you have healthy population, there are reasons for you to actually pause on what you are doing and go for a lunch. But for us here, we believe we don't need it, and we actually see the results. The result as of today is very, very scary because some of the mental challenges in terms of development of brain starts in Nigeria now from the fetus that are in the womb, because the mothers are actually experiencing possibly acute hunger. action. So that will lead to the recommendation, because I don't want to overflow the problem. Can we actually make some quick recommendations so that all of us can actually work together in making sure that we deliver our country from hunger, which is essentially my case study today. First and foremost, on the citizen research recommendation, on the left side, we went to be sick. Saying that it is our request, UNIBEN, as Mark before research day, to actually come up and support us in the development of the impact hotspot as UNIBEN. Whatever it is required for us to have an impact hotspot at UNIBEN, whereby community development component and pillar of the university development is going to be anchored based on the resources that are available in the university. And impact are going to be felt in the immediate community of the university, in the local government where the university is sited, in Edo State, and actually explore some of this impact across the world becomes very important for us, so that UNIBEN can actually be one of the leading universities driving knowledge economy in Nigeria. The knowledge are there. It's not about potential, professors, faculty members, great talent. So how do we now convert this into impact? That is what the impact was supposed to be doing. We're actually happy to collaborate and work with UNIBEN in making sure that this is delivered like a GD. And then if that is done, we actually look at UNIBEN looking strategically at the first 50 products of this that the thing can make impact, and we actually take this one through the right SDK, that is the innovation acceleration, and in 1 year, we actually have nothing less than 50 products that can actually lead to the creation of another 50 venture spin-off of innovative products. So that becomes important. And if we are able to do that in 2024, it becomes another model for other universities to copy. UNIBEN along with RITES will actually host the first citizens research forum. And then we are benchmarking and targeting that this can actually be achieved in the next 60 days. We want to make it smart so that at least we know why we are here and what's going to be our takeaway. I'll describe what it's all about. If we have it at UNIBEN, just to actually be a model for other universities, we need to activate the community development component of the triad of the university. And we are saying that it is better and very important for us to localize the academia industry mobility program in Edo State, and the University of Benin can actually look at that as something that they need to do and make sure that they become the leader they are within the scope of knowledge enterprise across Edo State, at least for a start. So that can be scaled into Nigeria, can scale to Africa and the global space. What do we recommend? Again, it is important for us to unleash RDI to drive agriculture. We have a model, and we're actually working towards on the side of the ministry to have what we call an agro-innovation challenge that has the capacity of creating 40,000 new SMEs, so that are actually going to be innovative companies in the space of agriculture and create 1.2 million jobs in 4 years. How do we want to do that? As of today, the SMEs you have in Nigeria is about 40,000. That can be doubled in 4 years at 10,000 per annum. And essentially, it is for us to change the face and the age of people that are in agriculture by leveraging on innovation to get things done faster. And people that are in diaspora can actually have their brain drain reversed to brain gain through this particular platform. We are deliberate about this. We are actually working with partners across the world to make sure that we secure the necessary funding to deliver on this, so that people that are coming out from the university across different faculties who has interest in agriculture can leverage on innovation and support agriculture. Today we actually turn grasses, for example, into pellets. You will have medicated grasses that animals can take, and then they take it as food and as same thing as medicine, for example. So we are working as seriously as the ministry under the new leadership to separate food security from feed security. A situation whereby competition between man and animal for the same food and feed grade in the country. In fact, it's in Nigeria that we don't actually know the difference between a maize that is feed grade and food grade. So animals and human beings are competing for the same thing. That cannot give us sustainable development. So we need to be deliberated on that and to actually have the University of Benin on board to make sure that at least we are able to work on this together. Citizens agreement to stop hoarding, that is something that all of us need to support because a situation whereby what is not available is still being hoarded. There is nothing you can do to that because little do we know that government cannot actually do on it alone. So that's just for us to do some sensitization so that we can know the difference between hoarding and trading. And we believe that the all agricultural and food security architecture in Nigeria, we need to actually identify what the architecture looks like and use functional and connected digital platform to connect all of them together for proper monitoring. We have a lot of things inside, and we believe this can only be done digitally if we have the right data. Data. I challenge and I request that the University of Benin should actually become one of the leading institutions in Nigeria when it comes to agricultural data, so that institutions, governments, faculties, executive, legislative can actually look at the side of the university for credible data by benchmarking with our MDS. We need to actually leverage on technology, but for what? It is important that we need to harness our indigenous product and biodiversity. A lot of processes and products are available, but we need to actually validate them using the STI and using our laboratory and workshops. Some of them can actually be innovative enough that we can patent what we think are not important. We have one of the richest biodiversities in the world, particularly Nigeria and West Africa generally, when it comes to agriculture. Why finally are we talking about our government as at present is looking at food security. Food security, well, again, what we need is essentially food and nutrition for sovereignty. We need to actually know the difference between the two. We need to actually make that a sovereignty, to actually pushing the effect of what is happening now. Hence, the president declared an emergency. We need to know what emergency means and we need to actually run with it. So in all of this, I sincerely thank you for the opportunity to speak to this particular conference this year. I sincerely appreciate my invitation and opportunity. I apologize for not being there in person. I promise to be there in person at a later date, not far from now, and I'm actually going to be ready to have further engagement on all of this and how we need to actually take the talk into action. Thank you so much, and have a blessed afternoon. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Dr. Popola. Do we have questions from the audience?
Sorry, you are talking like I'm not hearing you.
Can you hear me now? I think you are mute. Maybe you can unmute. Okay.
be precise, has been experiencing a lot of rainfall as a result of climate change. And of course, this has led to a lot of food crop loss. And because of the lack of storage and all that, and most times the farms are flooded. I don't know if there's anything that is being done to okay, I was saying that the Niger Delta region, Delta State to be precise, has been experiencing a lot of rainfall, which is tied to the climate change we are all experiencing. I would like to know if there is anything that is being done to secure food security in this area, because the rains have led to a lot of flooding. Most of the farms and all that, the farmers are complaining. I don't know if there's anything being done to secure food shortage in this area, to avoid food shortage in this area. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Popala, did you hear her question?
Saying she was, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. She's talking about the climate change impact on the food security, particularly making reference to the experience in the Niger Delta, where there are insects, the pattern of rain has changed. Am I correct? Hello?
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
So, they are actually not the issue of climate change problem. I think the president, the minister, and some other colleagues actually attended the COPs, and it was clear what is expected of agriculture. But more practically speaking now, I was on the project, partly part of the project of with the UNDP last year, and what we discovered when we actually benchmarking the crop calendar that we have in Nigeria with the realities on the ground is that particular calendar has actually become as obsolete as it could be as early as just 1 month old. So when you have meteorological data that is telling you this will happen this year, what we have realized now is that what is required is to have an agro-bioclimatological center that is functionally using artificial intelligence to track data per minute per second. Because what we're saying is that, for example, the model they did with UNDP with their team was to work with them in the Benin state. So agriculturally, they have a pattern of planting in that region where they selected, and then they go in for the plant that takes about 90 days. Be it on, I don't want to be specific about that. So now there's a real-time management of weather in that particular area on a daily basis. So for some period before that planting. So when they check, when it was checked, what will happen in the climate for like the next 8 months, it was realized that only seeds that can mature within 90 days, that will be good for them to plant that year because of the rain pattern. So some of those that kept to the traditional way of doing their business, which is essentially 120 days, were actually working towards using the traditional knowledge. So all of them, let me just put it in summary, the majority of them that actually plant the variety that mature in 120 days has 100% loss. So as at the time of harvest, it was still raining. So they cannot harvest. We know that at that level of smallholder farmers, they don't even have opportunity to have dryers. So those that get to receiving timely information on a daily basis on what they need to do, including the crop calendar, fertilizer application, issue of planting, when they need to seed, and the type of seed they need to plant, they actually have 200% more than what they have in yield of the previous year. That is technology today. So we have no option as a country, and that particular project was actually being managed by my office, and they've actually come with the report, and that's what we want to scale nationally now. So we are not talking about what people are talking about in terms of, oh, this is the calendar for the year, it's no more working. We need right time management, and that is what I think we need to do, including what you are observing in Nigeria data. So you will see people in the north, particularly in Abuja, I think it was in January or December, there was an heavy rain one day, and that then we just say post-harvest losses of nothing less than 40% of many of the crops or food products that have been some time because it was never expected. And the rain was in Abuja, Kaduna, and Nasarawa like that. This is a place that people actually spread their products on the roadside and go to sleep. And it was never expected. And nobody was telling them. So now, like what we have in Egypt and other countries that we work with, we need to have a real bioclimatological center that is real time and giving information. I think that is the solution, and I believe if we agree that is the way to do. Without technology meeting agriculture, there's going to be a lot of loss, and then we'll actually not get food security in 21st century.
Thank you very much, Dr. Popola. I don't think we have any more questions. So on that note, we want to say a very big thank you to you for honoring our invitation to be part of the 4th UBAT conference, and hope that as you have promised, you will be with us physically soon. Thank you very much. A round of applause for Dr. Popola.
Thank you so much, and I wish you a successful program today and tomorrow. I look forward to meeting majority of the participants in person in the future. Bye for now.
Bye-bye. Thank you. For our participants, we want to say a very big thank you to you for your patience on day 1 of the 4th UBAT conference. Please note that we will start the activities for tomorrow at 9 a.m. Tomorrow is slated for oral presentations, and if you go through your program, you will see oral and posters. So if you go through your program, you will see the different venues that have been designated for different faculties for oral presentation. Note also that tomorrow you also take your posters. For those who have been scheduled for poster presentation and exhibitions, it continues tomorrow, because we're going to be going through all of these, and then at the end of the day, prizes will be awarded for the different categories, including oral presentation, poster presentation, and exhibition. So do well to go through the program. We'll start at exactly 9 a.m. tomorrow in the different venues. Then we'll come back here at the Senate chambers at 2 p.m. to have an official closing of the conference. So, on that note, I want to say very...
Thank you. For the rest of us here, I think that we need to applaud ourselves. You know, I just thought that Dr. Bakari and Professor Waika, who have stayed with us this long, I looked behind and I saw that many of my colleagues were praying without facing the east, if you know what that means. But this ones we are allowed, and I think they deserve a round of applause for them. These are research-savvy, research-interested persons. I was not opportune to listen to the first lecture, and I have listened to part of this, and I am told that the 2 lectures can indeed be very, very enriching. And I think that we need to tell ourselves the truth. Academics is not just about strolling into the class, talking to some students who are more willing to listen to us, but for the fact that circumstances compel them to. Academics is far more. We're expected to do research, and our research is expected to be Catholic. That is, it's expected to be universal in scope, in dimension, in depth. We must begin to ask ourselves whether we are doing this. We are also reminded too that iron sharpens iron. We may think we are until you see a stronger person, that's when you know that you are not as strong as you have always thought. Research fairs such as this gives us the opportunity for us to look into the mirror, re-evaluate ourselves. As they say, the eye does not see itself, but by the reflection of other things. So you go out there, you see what other persons are doing. Then you can reflect and say, well, in my laboratory, it seems like we have not begun. That's the essence of all of this. So tomorrow, I want to implore all of us to ask our postgraduate students who were not here today not to miss out in the sections for tomorrow. There's still opportunity to gain. So on behalf of Madam Vice Chancellor and the entire management, I want to say thank you to Professor Bakutole and the rest of organizers. We will always get better. By the grace of God, next year we will factor in some of the recommendations that we have been given today. Next year we'll do much, much better by the grace of God. University of Benin will keep getting better and better and better. So I say thank you to all of you and wish all of us a very peaceful night rest. And looking forward to seeing all of us tomorrow as we again gather in the various venue to listen to scientific research. God bless everyone of us.
The way obvious not is true. Big man Jato. I don't see what Jato do. You know what they shall. So that's the share. Are you see? No,